Aloha. All right.
There we go.
It's like da, 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 like rock.
That is, man. That music rocks. That music gets me woken up every Wednesday morning. So very happy to be back again in our Christmas to New Year's holiday. Name other holidays, whatever you want. Dollar holiday is being celebrated sometime this dollar nearby period. So yes. We will just make it variable. You can fill in the variables as you choose. I am Randall Schwartz. You're Simon. Hi, Simon. Welcome back.
This hat is going to come off halfway during the show. It's annoying me already. Right,
and it's a little busy behind you there. It's just a little busy. Hopefully, nobody gets too distracted. Simon is that sort of darkish area down to the left, right? Not the rest is not Simon.
it's Flutter magic, right? Let's get on with the do's and don'ts, and we'll get straight to the show.
Sure.
Right, where's the button?
Yes,
there you go.
There's a button, right? So everybody, be nice, be respectful, be constructive while interacting on our live chat, and also on our social media too. Be kind of nice there too. No, not just kind of nice. Be nice. There we go. Don't post anything if it's adult or rude or offensive. Do not advertise or promote anything. If your face is not on screen, you don't get to promote things. We do, because we help produce the show. We are here. We can go ahead and plug things like other stuff. I'll go to that later.
If you post links, we won't get the messages. They just won't come through. So don't post links.
The links don't come through at all. We don't even know you did that. So yeah.
And if you do want to
go ahead.
Sorry, one second. If you do want to actually post code, post a git gist hash. That's a GitHub gist hash. So if you make a GitHub gist, it'll give you a hash in the URL. Just drop that into the chat and we can go find it.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. Don't post the same thing again and again. I will delete those when I see those because they're really annoying. Also, if you're doing that around questions, if you post the same question twice, you're in a queue to begin with. And if I take you out of your early position in the queue and move you later, possibly pushing you past the end of the show. So please don't post the same question again and again. We will notice and we will take you out of the queue and relocate you in the queue. No harassment of any kind tolerated here or anything related to the things we do. We do take care of that. We have the appropriate ban hammers in the appropriate places. So just be careful with that. But do have a good time. We have a great time doing this show. I look forward to it week by week. And we expect that you probably will have a good time too. We get lots of good feedback from y'all that you like this show. That's why we keep doing it. So here we are once again for our weekly show. Simon, I think that was covering it.
Yeah, let's have a great time. Let's do some quick, brief introductions. My name is Simon Lightfoot, Flutter Community Lead and CTO at Dev Angels London, and you can follow me on Twitter at Dev Angels London. Scott can't be here at the moment, but Randall, we have you. Introduce yourself.
Yes, hi, I'm Randall Schwartz. I've been a Google Dart and Flutter expert, Google developer expert for 5 years now, just a little over 5 years since the very beginning of the program for Dart and Flutter. And I also am a full-time consultant acting on behalf of many, many clients all around the world to make their Flutter code better. I do mentoring and code review and design review for lots of little projects. So if you have a small project, you just want me to kind of look at it, or you have a big project, you want me to look at it, that's what I'm good at doing. I've been doing office hours for a while now. And I'm also, for this show, I am the question magician, which means that I am watching the live chat that we have for this show on YouTube. And I'm watching for you to post something that has Q: in the front. If you do that, it goes into our queue. Ooh, the weekly bad pun. Goes into our queue, and we will answer them in the order that they are given. Unless you repeat the question, then you go to the bottom of the list. So please do not repeat your question. We have seen it. If you don't put a Q in front of it, I think it's maybe like you're chatting amongst yourselves, which you do. So I will often ignore those. So if you really have a question, put a Q: in front of it. Then it's very clear to me that this is for us.
Okay. And we also have Danielle with us. If I can find the right button, I've lost the chat. Danielle, welcome to the stream. Sorry.
I was gonna say I could have pushed the button to put me on, but then you still would have found it right then and taken me right back off. So I tried to keep my hands off. Hi everybody, I'm Danielle. I am the Flutter tech lead for a startup company called Ardly, and I'm also one of the co-organizers of the Flutteristas. And I've got to say, when Randall was going through the do's and don'ts this week, it hit me a little bit more than normal because we had a specific case of this last week when Pooja, who's a friend of the show, she's a DevRel for Flutterflow, and anyway, she did a great video that went up on the Flutter channel. Oh, yeah. And within 2 minutes, they were having to report comments of people that were just commenting on how she looked or how she was only there because of diversity policies or whatever. And I mean, that's just, people often ask me, why do we need the Flutteristas? Why do we need stuff like that? And unfortunately, it's things like that. And well, that can happen with anybody. It happens to us a lot more, and so I'm sad to have to even kind of say that, but I kind of wanted to mention it because I know the people here that come to this show are all great, and we're all, it's a great community, and so I'm often getting asked that, but I just kind of wanted to bring that up to let people know that it's still out there and it's still happening, and hopefully we're the ones that stop it. And I think Flutter is a great community, and
I was going to say it's not going to be happening here. That's the main thing.
Well, we know that yes. It won't happen here, but I mean, if someone finds the video or something and they were wondering, well, gee, why is he going through these obvious things or whatever? And the reason why is because it matters. We want to make sure that people are aware that simple comments can be hurtful. Even if you didn't mean it that way, they can still be hurtful and harmful.
I think for this show, I can only recall maybe 1 or 2 incidents in the past 6 months or maybe even a year, where we had to ban somebody from the chat. It's you all are a great crowd. Let's just say it that way. Thank you all for showing up. Yes,
and Flutter community in general is a great community. It really, I think we really are. I think as a community, we're amazing, and we work hard at that. I mean, it's like before FlutterCon, I was talking with. Who's the guy that runs DroidCon? What's his name? I'm drawing a blank.
Greg.
I was talking with Greg, and we'd had a slide up about how few women there are in the tech community at large, and I was talking with him about that, and he was saying that he works hard to try to make sure that we're all feeling welcome and that we come and stuff, and he apologized because the best he's ever done is 3 times the average number of people in the community. And I'm like, that helps show there's a problem, but it's also something to be very proud of. You are outdoing the community by that much, and so, that's one of those cases where we can all make a difference, and it's important. And it's not just gender equality, but that's one of the more obvious ones.
Cool.
Sorry to take
before
over.
We get too okay, no, it's a great topic. Before we get a little too deep into the show, though, I've been constantly asked questions about my status since I had my surgery 2 weeks ago. I am doing wonderfully. I am getting PT, and I've got nursing care coming here to the house, and I have almost no pain at all, except when I'm just after I do my exercises, which is appropriate. And so I'm really on a very fast track to recovery, and I wish this had been done correctly 2 years ago instead of suffering 2 years of pain. But I will hope to be seeing all of you out there in the real world sometime soon, as soon as I get to the point where I can wander through an airport without needing special assistance. So looking forward to that.
Cool. So, I guess.
Yeah, I think I can speak for all of us when I say we're very happy to hear that.
Yes.
Me too. Of all of us, me, yeah.
Well, I'm really thinking more from an audience representative here. of just pointing out
yeah.
that's awesome. And
it could have gone bad. It could have gone bad, and it definitely didn't. And I felt very well taken care of by everybody, the doctor, his staff, the people at the hospitals, the home care servers that we have coming now to do PT and nursing for me. Yeah, this is all really, really incredible. And of course, my cousin who's letting me stay here. My apartment is down 11 steps into a daylight basement, and so sometimes when I joke, I'm calling to you from a subterranean bunker. I really am underground most of the time when I'm doing this show, and so I can't get to there right now. So my cousin has everything on a flat, lives out in the suburbs in western Portland, west of Portland, and he's graciously letting me borrow a spare room in his place while I'm recovering but as soon as I can go down those 11 steps, I'm heading home, man. I got to get back to karaoke singing and all the other stuff I normally do. So yeah, looking forward to that.
You didn't say, hey, Doc, am I going to be able to sing karaoke when we're done with this?
I didn't.
Oh no, that's it. You might be losing your karaoke skills.
Oh no. You never close your eyes anymore. No, I can sing still. All right.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Well, for anybody that's not, I mean, I don't know how like American or whatever it is, but it's just a standing joke of, the guy's getting his arm operated or whatever. He says, well, I'll be able to play piano when I'm done with this. And the doctor says, yeah, of course. And the person says, that's great because I never could before. So it was really just kind of a play on that.
It's an old joke. Yeah, I recognize the seed of that joke already. Yeah. Definitely. It's an old joke. That's almost a dad joke. That's how old that joke is. Yep. So Simon, we've got a few questions already in. Do you want to tackle those? And one of them looks like it's going to be good for live coding.
Well, yeah, and yes. How's that? So what I want. So I think let's just briefly. So I had some ideas about building a game over the Christmas period, and I've been doing some research, and I haven't managed to actually get to really working, knuckling down on it. So we could do a bit of that as well today. We also have a set of previously asked, coding questions, so I could also answer a few of those, and we'll see how far we can get into the stream. But I think, maybe we do some coding and alongside.
Let's take a look at this first one, and you can tell me if this is actually a useful live coding question that we can save for later. So how to listen to device orientation with it portrait up, portrait down, landscape left, landscape right. How do you do that? That would be best demonstrated as code, yes?
Yes, we could do that.
Okay.
So there's actually it's actually kind of an interesting one. There's actually some very subtle things with that to answer that question.
Ooh.
So yeah,
I'll save that for the first live coding. Okay.
What's next?
Okay, so let's go on to the next one here. Is there a way to create really small and simple 3D game in Flutter for iOS and Android? This sounds like more live coding. This should be for production, so not sure if I can use Impeller for Android. Is it?
I'm guessing someone hasn't seen my previous videos on 3D then.
Obviously not. No. Apparently you're new to our audience. First time here? No, that'd be great. Yeah.
There is quite a few videos we've got in here of doing 3D. So Flutter itself, to answer this question, Flutter itself has an operation on canvas called draw vertices. These are 2D vertices. They're 2D triangles you can draw. However, you yourself inside your code can convert 3D to 2D. So what's called projection mapping, right? So what you're going to be doing is saying, in my 3D coordinates, you map them using a projection matrix onto a 2D surface. This is what every game does, because believe it or not, what you're looking at in front of us right now on the screen is two-dimensional. You can be playing all the lovely 3D games you want, but what you're actually viewing is 2D, right? Obviously, stereoscopic vision aside, what you're actually in VR and all that kind of stuff, right? But what you're actually seeing in front of you on the screen is flat. So what you're actually wanting to do is to project that 3D space, that 3D world onto a 2D surface. And that's simple 2D projection mapping that you can just, you just run all your vector points through that. And then you can take those points and put them onto a into a canvas and to draw vertices. Works just fine, and you can make simple 3D games. I actually had. Do I have an example? That's the question.
I was actually going to say something slightly on that point of what you just said. Is even the 3D stuff with stereoscope and VR, isn't that still just 2Ds?
Exactly, technically, but you are seeing 3D at that point.
But the rendering part's 2Ds, right?
Yeah. I mean, eventually you're rendering a 2D buffer, right? You're rendering a 2D bitmap that gets shooted over your wire to your monitor, and your monitor displays it. That is literally how it works. There's no magical 3D anywhere. The realm of this whole sort of realm of what is 3D came around from the perspective of we've always had 3D graphics. Like for a very long time, it's just maths. You plot them, you can see them. But it was more about the power of the computer, right? The power of the computer could do like these 2D vertices-based drawing, which was wireframes mainly. And then, you go into this world. In fact, it was just vector points, dots. Oh, we can draw this together with lines. That was more power. And as the machines got more powerful, they could do more things. The games industry then sort of drove the adoption of three-dimensional sort of software rendering. Was quite popular. So we kind of got the Wolfensteins, the Dooms, id Software doing great things, John Carmack doing great things on software rendering engines. Then that kind of realized that what most people, I don't know, like this before your time, but not obviously not here on the audience maybe, but so this whole sort of pickup of the reason why we actually have graphics cards in the first place is because of this. There's suddenly a demand in the industry for having three-dimensional graphics for gaming, right? So therefore, suddenly it was like, okay, we need specific hardware to do these things so we can optimize and make it high performance and so on and so forth. That's when we start getting 3D accelerators. And again, most people don't realize that the reason why they're called accelerators is because they're in addition to your normal graphics. You would have your normal graphics card and you would have a separate 3D accelerator graphics card. And what they did, this is just me going down a little side avenue here, but there was a little VGA cable that went from one graphics card into the other one, and they would have that one going out to your monitor. And what it would do is your operating system would tell your normal graphics card, here's the picture you need to display for like Windows or Mac or whatever. And then it would say, it would loop it into the 3D graphics card, and then the 3D graphics card would process that video and output a portion of the screen in 3D. And that's because, for example, Windows would tell the OpenGL driver, from this pixel to this pixel is a 3D view of this thing, and it would stick it on top of the output, and then that output would go to your monitor. So it was in addition to, it was an acceleration. And then they realized, well, why are we doing this complex thing? We can do it all in one card. And then we started getting lots of true graphics cards that we have nowadays. And then, the number of pixels and the number of everything else keeps getting stronger and stronger. But for the most part, I think people feel like graphics cards are black boxes, like all this kind of I think there's a bit of software development and there's this hardware development, and that there's the sort of joining of those two bits for a lot of people feels like black magic, and it's not. It's just not understood or not known for those people. It's kind of interesting because when it comes to like graphics cards, all you're doing is, I give you a really basic example for everyone. In Flutter, you draw stuff on the canvas and you say, draw a line, draw a rectangle, draw a circle, various commands like this. And those operations are recorded. It doesn't draw the circle when you call draw a circle. It doesn't do that. There's no it just records the fact that you asked it to draw a circle, and here's the radius, and here's the color I want you to do it with, and here's all the parameters. And it makes a record of that in a list. And it keeps doing that for all of the items you want to draw on that canvas. And that becomes what's called a display list, in short. There's other names for this, but the general gist is it's a series of commands that you then transfer to the graphics card. So then it will take that. So somewhere down in the operating system driver, it literally goes, draw a circle. That's a number. That's a command 1. And it will send a 1 to the graphics card, followed by a number of floating point values for all the different parameters that the operation 1 requires, which is like draw a line. So it requires X, Y, X, Y, or X, Y, Z 4 times over or whatever. And it will just send those things to the graphics card, and the graphics card will then go, oh, okay, I'm going to do those operations in my software, in the firmware, which is just software on the card. And that'll be like microcode on the CPU. And that would literally end up doing things like painting pixels into the frame buffer. That's a block of memory, and drawing the pixels that you would normally be doing in software with your CPU. And what you've now done, this is the magical bit, why the whole accelerator thing was interesting, is that originally your CPU was the one that would draw the pixels to the frame buffer, and that would take up all the time from CPU. There wasn't much time left to the CPU for actually doing things like doing enemy AI or moving the things around the map and doing all the logic required for the game. There wasn't a lot of power left because you're just drawing pixels 60 times a second on every frame. So instead, what you can do is send the commands over, and that means you've got a very short amount of time needed to actually compile those commands and send them. And also, since you've already got those lists, you only need to recompile the things that have changed in those lists and send them across. And that's kind of the advantage to sort of 3D rendering. You're instructing something else to do the work.
Here's a related question.
That was a bit of a tangent. I just went off on one there. Sorry.
Yeah, right. Here's a related question. Go ahead.
It's the fastest way if you want to do a fully Dart approach right now. So the thing is, you can access. In fact, if you go look on pub.dev, there's an OpenGL packaging, so just OpenGL. And you can go use OpenGL. You can use all the standard operations from OpenGL, and you can do all that. Again, here's the thing. It's all about the recording of the commands. So, for example, original OpenGL 1 is what's called an immediate mode API. It means that whenever you say, like, start vertex, 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 it literally sending those commands across the channel immediately as you're doing them. And that was the most cleverest way they could think of doing it at the time for various performance limitations of the hardware. Things got a little different since then. But if you were to do that with Flutter, what you've now done is you've now got the reason why it's no longer done, actually, in fact, is this: there's an overhead attached to sending those commands individually. When you can just say, so for example, if you needed to say draw a line in Flutter and it wasn't to record them, it was to send them immediately, Flutter would then have to say, okay, you'll call out to its native library. It'd work out what graphics system you're using. Are you using Metal? Then it'll call out to Metal, and then Metal would then have to call out to the driver, and then the driver would have to call out to the HAL, the actual hardware, and changing the registers and whatever else to send the data across. There's a lot of stack and memory and processing overhead to do all these hops in the layers of abstraction that the system has. So if you were to do that on every single graphics operation that you did, a lot of your time, the CPU's time, would be spent dealing with that abstraction and sending data back and forth from the system, achieving nothing, right? It's just the processing of it. It's just the movement of data. So nothing. So the point here is you record all these things, and then you send that whole chunk down the line to the bottommost level as possible. And then if you have to ship off individual commands, you do. But actually, most of these things have a batch thing. You say send commands, and you just give it, here's the buffer, and it copies all that data across the PCI bus to the graphics card, and the graphics card then unpacks it and deals with it, whatever it needs to do. So coming back to the point here is that OpenGL 2, 3, and other APIs on top of this, I think it actually came out 3 in ES. I know OpenGL personally, but obviously this is also apparent to Metal and to Vulkan, the other two sort of mainly very popular graphics APIs. And the way they work is on buffers. So you say, give me a vertex buffer. You say, give me a texture buffer. You say, give me a fragment shader buffer, whatever it is. You get all these buffers, and then you ship the buffers across the channel. And what's actually happening here is the buffers actually have like an ID attached to them, and then it only has to say what's changed between the buffers. It would always optimization under the hood, but you're dealing with large chunks instead of like small things. Anyway, so cut long story short, back to this custom painter piece. Sorry, I've kind of gone off on tangents because I've been doing a lot of this recently.
You're doing great though. It's fun stuff.
The fastest way to draw 3D. Yes. So here's the thing. What do you mean by fastest, right? Like, why are you just trying to say get the most frames per second? Because you're going to be frame limited to your device 60 FPS. Again, this whole notion of a game running at 1,000 FPS is like,
what?
Who gives a monkeys? Like, you literally can't see it. You can't output at that rate. It doesn't matter if the game runs at that rate. So all those things are for benchmarking. So ignore all that stuff that you've seen in gaming because it's all garbage, right? The point here is, as long as you're meeting you say, okay, I want 30 FPS or I want 60 FPS, and you're meeting that, you can have nice smooth graphics, you can have nice experience, and that's the way it goes. So I think taking a step back here, I think you need to think about the problem, as I said before, is that you'd have to process the 2D into 3D yourself in the CPU, and you're not having the graphics card do all that kind of magical stuff for you. So it's possible with the fast devices to do that, but then again, it's not desirable. So it works, but it doesn't necessarily mean it works well. There's also other things you have limitations to. So draw vertices is 2D. To do correct 3D perspective texturing, you can't do that. So because you're actually painting a 2D surface, which means you've lost all the perspective information from the graphics. So this is what happened with this. So for those of you that in the audience have played a PlayStation 1, you would have experienced this. So PlayStation 1 had the same problem. PlayStation 1 had drawn 2D triangles. Everyone said it's a great 3D graphics engine, but actually no, it drew 2D triangles. That's it. That's what it did. Polygons. And the reason then what happened is as these triangles got close to the screen, you'll see the graphics warp slightly sometimes, depending on how big the triangle is versus its surrounding ones. You can see weird things happen with the textures. And that is basically an artifact of this problem where it can't stretch the texture appropriately to achieve the expected perspective. Anyway, I digress. So you can achieve PlayStation 1 style graphics with Dart and Flutter and work on any platform right now. That's possible. In fact, I've proved that because I've done it. So not a problem there. What really makes a difference is if you want to start doing things like particle effects and shaders and all this kind of fun stuff. Suddenly you want to move away from doing it in 2D and going to the graphics card and using the power of the graphics card. Because at the moment, although those 2D triangles have been drawn by the graphics card, they're not taking full advantage of all the shaders and all the sort of really low level processing that you can do on the graphics card. So at the moment, there's a project called Flutter GPU being run by the Flutter team, and they're working on porting an API, creating a generic API that allows you to access the graphics card at a lot lower level, which will allow you to do these 3D games and allow you to do all this 3D stuff close to the metal. It's not there yet; it's not ready yet, but I've already been working with them and talking to them about some of this stuff, and I'll be doing some talks on this in soon-ish. So keep.
I was going to say it's brought up a few things while you've been talking. I'll see if I can remember all the ones that I put my mind on it. One is you did a talk on you reporting a game, which you've done lots of talks on that. But you did a talk where you're reporting a game where they used that technique of the background was 2D and the foreground was 3D, so that there was a lot less calculating.
That was Resident Evil, yeah. Find it actually.
Yeah, so you did a talk on that. The further evidence of how the graphics cards are really just kind of fancy specialized processors is like on my Apple Silicon on my MacBook. I've got cores that are regular cores and I've got cores that are GPU cores. All built in, all in the same processor. So it's pulling some of that stuff back, a little closer to the CPU, but it's still the same specialized type of activity.
I've put the link to the chat to the video that Danielle was talking about in the chat here,
which is useful for. Yeah,
I explain exactly what I'm doing. There's links to code in there, all that kind of stuff. If people want to give it a go, go ahead. Yeah. I will just bring this up though, just briefly, because you were just asking about it. Just because people again, I just saw this. So this is the talk. And sorry, there you go. So on the left there, hopefully you're not getting audio yet, muted. Hopefully it's for, so there's a 3D, for example, there's a 3D graphic. You can see all the points on it. And if I stop talking in the thing and actually show you, it should, let me skip forward a bit. Come on, this is, of course.
Darn networks. Come on.
Right when you want it to.
Of course. We're live demo. That's how this works.
Yeah.
Try that again. No, don't know what's going on.
And then my last kind of thought that came up there was last year at Flutter Forward, almost a year ago. They demoed some 3D stuff under, I think it was like 231 and a half different flags that you had to put on, or experiments you had to turn on. What's the status with that? Do we know?
So that so what you're talking about is the Scene API, and that has been. It'll still probably. I've got no. I'm not going to talk for the Flutter team. I don't. But basically, they realized that all the feedback they got, including from myself and others in the community that were asking about it, was basically saying that it is just too basic. Like it was about placing 3D objects and like and all this kind of stuff in the viewport, and that's fine, but that's not necessarily what you're actually after. If that kind of makes sense, we're after like having access to the 3D hardware. So we can do things like page color effects or some other like fancy UI effects. It doesn't have to be at that level. So what was I going to say? Oh, right. Sorry. I'll answer some. Remember, put a Q in front of your questions and we'll answer them on the stream. That was literally what I was going to talk about. And there is actually it is available. So we actually did a stream, and in fact I don't know if Christian can do a search quickly of his recordings of the questions, but we had a one where we did the snow 3D snow stuff. Was that this time last year? It might have been.
I think it was.
Blizzard. Was it called Blizzard or something? Hang on.
Don't know.
Snow. Why am I not? I'm not literally. I don't know what's going on here. My internet just took a dump, and hopefully my stream's coming through okay.
Yeah, I remember the flying through the blizzard and not flying through.
We did
spinning around in 3D.
Did I do it as a? Did I actually do it as? I might have done it as a repository. I don't remember.
Yeah, maybe.
Let me have a quick. Oh yeah, I did. Here you go. 3D snow projection in Flutter, Blizzard. Here you go. It's in the chat. Have some fun. Actually saying that this is loaded now. Hang on, let's see if it works. Let's see if this works. There you go.
Oh,
so that's just done with canvas, draw vertices. Yeah. So you can see some of the issues in the shoulders here with the clipping. And that's what would happen on the original PlayStation as well. That's because there's no depth buffer, no Z buffer. So we make a determination of what order to draw the triangles in based on their centroid, basically the average center point of all the triangles that make up all the points that make up the triangle. I think there's we also did. Hang on, let's see if I can skip forward. Oh, I can't see. There we go. So what you can see here is some of the code from projection of 3D on top of the 2D surfaces of the original game. So the original game would have these renders. So what you see here in the background is a pre-rendered graphic because the PlayStation couldn't render graphics with this quality of shade and so on. So they would pre-render them on like a PC or something, ship the compressed graphic inside the app, and then they'll ship the three-dimensional information of the footprint. So when you moved your character around the map, it could walk up to, let's say, this pillar, and it would get stopped because it knows where the edge. And so all it's doing is doing a simple, essentially a circle collision detection.
Yeah.
And I explained that all in the video. So if you guys were more interested, there's the projection of the original. You can see that in the in the show. Anyway,
Cool.
in the other talk. Anyway, we're kind of completely off topic here. I don't even remember what we were talking about before.
We're talking about 3D and what would be a way to do it now.
Yeah. So hang on. The answer is if you want to do it with Flutter, hang on for a bit more. And I'm going to be basically my 3D engine I was working on. I'm going to be converting that to use Impeller.
Yeah.
And then once that happens, once we get to that point, then I think you have you don't have to do all the work that I'm doing, and you can just take that and use it.
Are you ready for a non-3D question?
Please.
The one part, I'm sorry, right before we get there, the one part we didn't actually say was, can we, there's the other part of that about is Impeller ready for prime time on, could we trust using that yet?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not ready yet. So until they've got Flutter GPU ready, you won't be told. Impeller is great, but it's a replacement for what we have right now, which is 2D, right? So although it's using better parts of the 3D pipeline and the hardware and everything else, it's still directed at 2D application development. So it won't be until we see. This Flutter GPU that will be able to do proper 3D. Again, what's 3D? But you know what I mean.
All right. So Screen Builder rebuilds a list on a backend change. List items open screen B via unpressed callback using Navigator. Screen B is open and Screen Builder rebuilds. Screen B isn't updated. No SM solutions.
SM solutions?
State management solutions, I bet.
Oh. Okay. So Screen Builder rebuilds list on backend change. List items open Screen B via on-press callback using Navigator. If Screen B is open and Screen Builder rebuild, Screen B isn't updated.
I think the solution is to use state management, and they're just trying to resist that.
Well, no. I mean, yes. I mean, the answer here is that you're returning back the list that screen. It has no relationship to the new screen. So the screens are stacked on top of each other. They're completely independent, right? So when you're pushing that new screen, it has no notion about the one previous. However, there's no reason why that screen couldn't push a value notifier, and then the new screen can then be notified when the list changes. Ta-da! Right, that's one way of doing it. So there's the whole screen problem, whole stacking the whole screen problem has been around on mobile from the beginning, and this is one of you either pass the data to the new screen, or both screens. So you've got two screens. You've got your original list and you've got your detail view. Both refer to the same data source on the back end behind both screens, as it were. So what you do is you're passing the ID of the object, and the object is then referenced from the repository. And this is a pattern that's preferred, because this way you can reorganize your front end however you want and put more screens in and reorganize it. And you don't have to change the way that all this data is being handled around. And that just adding that sort of management on your front end also kind of ends up just taking over a lot of code, and you end up you can get into spaghetti basically. So a lot of the time it's easier just to have those front end screens refer back to the same repository in the back end. And when the data changes, it tells the things that are registered to listen to that data that your data's changed. So then you can go grab it again, and all the screens will be updated. Does that make sense, David? Does it help?
And to be clear here, somehow state management's got to be used. It doesn't mean you have to use a package. Something has to be done to show that. So
the term, here's the problem. The term state management is that your state of your app, and you're managing the state of your app. That's what we mean by that. Not a particular package in any way, and definitely not having to go all out there and change the entire way your app is constructed.
But just use RiverPod. It's simpler. Yeah. Okay. Hi, I want to make an API request when app is removed from the recent list in both Android and iOS.
There you go.
That was quick. Really? That's the answer?
Yeah. So you do get there is a I might be lying about that now. I think about it. There is
destroyed or unkilled.
No. There's hang on. Activity. So if you do, I don't know if this happens. I don't think you get this with the nut standard. What I'm going to say is it's complicated. First of all, even if you could detect it, there's no magical like, oh, I'm just going to get a function call and it just works. Okay, so I'm just going to caveat that right now. User hint on user leave hint on. Yeah, hang on. Oh god, you're tactical. So first of all, this wouldn't work on iOS. iOS, you've got no chance as far as I understand. Like, there's no callbacks on that. I have a feeling that an activity, when you swipe an activity away from your recents list, it shuts down the activity. So it's going to go for a standard on stop, on destroy. Well, here's the problem. How do you know it's been swiped away, right? So it's not about the standard. If you use the standard app lifecycle, then what you know is that it's been removed. But you don't know if it's been removed from the recents. That's the problem, right? So again, I don't quite know what the original questioner's motives are for why they're trying to do this or anything like that. On user leave hint is I'll pop this in well, I could share it, I guess. Hang on. Bear with. Bring up on stream. Yeah. So on activity, so the activity Android activity, should I say, has an on user leave hint. As part of activity, like when a user is about to go into the background as a result of user choice.
But this isn't the background. This is going away.
No. I think Like, for example, when the producer presses the home key, will be called. But when an incoming call is used, it will also be brought to the foreground. Will not be called activities being interrupted in cases when this is evoked. The method is called on user interactions and to help activities manage status by notifications. I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure. No. So the thing is, the same as just shutting down your app, and there can be many reasons for that to occur. So I mean, you can have a look around. I don't think you're going to find anything, and I don't think you should. I don't understand why you would want to do that. To be fair, okay. Here's the question. So what was the question again? It was I want to call this a server, an API, or something. Yeah. I'm going to say this, Ibrahim. Why? Why do you need to make an API request when it's swiped away from recents? Because I think it's about your approach that's probably wrong, right? The approach that you have I think it's about, are you just trying to find out when the user's not using the app? Or what is like the expected outcome of this? And then from that, maybe we can help answer a better approach to detecting that or to managing that. All right. I guess next question.
Yeah, I mean, Android's always had. I was going to say Android's always had the possibility of it can just go away on you. I mean, the lifecycle stuff is aspirational. It's not guaranteed.
It's pretty much the same in both now. Same in the Apple world. Like if the operating system wants to tear you down, they'll just do it. And it's all about managing the applications that are running on the system. Otherwise, again, it's the difference between when you have a desktop machine, you're seeing what's running in front of you on all the different screens. Like the way that you access the device is different. On a mobile phone, you're looking at maybe one thing at a time, and it means that you don't like how many people do they swipe away what's in their recents? No, the system will manage that for them. Just another thing, don't manage it. I mean, you can manage your recents if you want to. You can clear it all if you want. Like it's like self-management in terms of you don't like seeing them. It has zero impact on the performance of your system anymore. Because what will happen is just because the screenshot is in your recents does not mean the app is running. What will happen is the system will only keep like the most recent apps that you've used running or apps that then interact back with the system. Like they get a push notification and then they'll get started back up and so on and so forth. So just because they're in your recents don't mean they're running. Just I want to put that out there because people get really confused by that. They think, clearing all the time is going to save them. I'm going to mention this again, but it's one of these things that kind of gets me. As even as a programmer, as a teen, I was always like, oh, I'm gonna free all the memory. I need more. Like having more memory, more like free memory was a good thing. And initially that was the case because you'd always have less RAM than you would be wanting to use. So like, imagine this, you're running a desktop PC on 256 megabytes of RAM. That was, I mean, you'd run them a lot less than that, but your apps would be wanting to use more than 256, way more, like multiple apps running. So you get memory thrashing, which would be paging the hard drives off, and your performance would just degrade terribly. And this is just how we suffered. This is how we suffered in the early days of computers. The memory got bigger and bigger and everything else. Now we have a situation where we have like multiple gigabytes, and your entire app is like 20 megabytes or something in RAM, 18 megabytes. Well, you've seen them. Like you go like, I don't know, 100 megabytes for a Chrome tab or something. But that's it. It's just sits in RAM. It never even touches the hard drive. I can't remember where I was going now. Oh, that was it. That was it. Don't pinch on memory. If your system is got free memory, it's wasted memory. That's what you have to remember. It's sitting there idle, doing nothing all the time. Why not have it cached data and so you've got that at your fingertips? That's the thought pattern you have to have. If as long as you're not memory thrashing, that is needing that free memory to like go in and out, like I was just talking about, then have that memory being used. And that's the same what happens on your mobile phone. Coming back to the whole point is that it'll keep around what it needs to, and it'll get rid of what it wants to free up memory and to manage your system for you. It's a different way of building an operating system. All right.
So Randall, how cute was it? I was going to say, how cute is it that Simon's go-to, we don't have enough memory, was you only have 256 megabytes of memory?
I know. In fact, I had like 4 megabytes in my 386, I think it was. But I think I had 16 in my 486.
I've programmed on a PDP 1145 that had 64K of memory.
Yeah,
you wait there. I'll be right back. 1 second. I'm gonna.
Yeah.
My VIC 20.
I was going to say, Simon's gone for a second, but it's a good thing because the next question is mine anyway. But I just want to say, quoting the IT crowd, you don't want to have some kind of RAM emergency. I just had Primo's word. It's so appropriate. That's in one of the episodes. Jen talks about having a RAM emergency. You can only use that so many times. Anyway, the next question actually for me. So, sorry. Go ahead, Danielle.
I was going to say, I thought this was a me question.
Well, this is me question actually, because I actually answered it already too in chat.
Oh.
So some tips to overcome. You can chime in, obviously, yeah. But to overcome stage fear, start speaking at local meetups. Be first one overcoming stage fear, but also some other things one could do to overcome it. What I did in chat is I posted my 5-minute Ignite video, which was Ignite is a very rigid performance of slides that auto advance every 15 seconds. So you pick 20 slides for a 5-minute presentation and they auto advance. And my talk was actually a meta talk about talking. I did a talk called Karaoke for Fun and Profit, where I take a look at how I used karaoke in my early presentation days to get over the stage fright that I was experiencing in those early days. Because there's nothing more intimate on stage, or excuse me, singing is more intimate than speaking on stage because your emotion comes through. And so you're being detected on multiple levels if you're not singing, not only all your self-doubts about how well you sing comes into play, but it's really just ultimately. So I figured if I could sing on stage, and I could do it in a safe place of the karaoke bars where nobody cares, then I could eventually transfer that to being on stage when I'm teaching and when I'm presenting at conferences, things like that. So that became my way of training my way out of that. And I pasted the URL earlier. I'll paste it one more time on my 5-minute Karaoke for Fun and Profit talk that would explain that. And Danielle, you wanted to add to that somehow?
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm by far the most recent of our, normal people on here to get up and give talks in front of big audiences that are recorded forever. Well, we have we have more than just the three of us that come on, often.
No, it's like you said, amongst us from the normal people. I can't remember where it doesn't matter. Go on.
Exactly. Yeah, but that's what I mean. I mean, the people that are normally on here. You know, my first talk at an international conference was FlutterCon. You know, I talked at a couple of real easy things, and so what I can tell you is there's a couple things. One is be prepared, know your stuff. You know it cold, so that you're there. Practice it enough that you you're able to get through it without needing to just read it. You know, but not so much that you've lost any kind of spontaneity of when things are happening. You know, you don't want your joke to sound like a robot told it. You know, things like that. But you also don't want to forget your joke. So that's why you need to do some practice. But I can tell you, my talk in Prod, which by the way the tweet's up now with it, if you want to see it. And I was going right after Roman and right before Philip, so I mean I'm definitely pressure on. But you know, for that talk, I had something that happened that was amazing that I need to have happen every time after that. Is there was someone that was in one of the front rows that I would say something, and he would nod. And that is so good on the, you know, having that kind of a, yeah, you're doing it. I get that. I understand it. Kind of feedback live is a huge thing. So if you can get someone there that can kind of be there and be that person for you, this wasn't planned, but I mean, you know, ideally, or find someone in the audience that's doing that or whatever. You don't need to focus on everybody else. You can focus on that person, make sure you're getting through. And if that happens, then I think it just helps with your mood a lot, because if you're prepared, you know, if you know your topic and you're prepared, now the only thing you're doing is being nervous. And if you can find a way to make it more intimate, sort of like what Randall just said, but if you make it intimate enough that you know what's going on, you can get that out of your head, and then you'll do a great job. So
I was going to say
I'm also going to. I did a talk at 1 year's OSCON. My company Stonehenge had been producing Learning Perl as a training course for many years, and I decided to summarize what I had learned by teaching those classes in the talk called deliberately stumbly teaching Learning Perl. So that was the title of the talk. And it was great. Tom Phoenix and I presented that at OSCON. And there were things specifically in there like a bullet that says, don't read word for word off the screen, which both Tom and I did monotonically. Don't read every word off the screen. And it was, again, all about the jokes and everything to get that in as well. But it was a great talk. I don't think it was recorded anywhere, or it might have been by when O'Reilly was recording all of OSCON and making those public. I probably could dig up my slides somewhere and maybe do a quick.
I'll give you some tips for the new speakers. So first of all, I mean, I still get butterflies. I think a lot of people do when they first get on stage. Like suddenly you're presenting a different situation. But I think you'll notice this from a lot of speakers that they might have a little hush beat, like a few minutes at the beginning, which they're kind of just getting their way into the room. And once the room sinks, almost like the audience it's just smooth sailing. Don't be the person that just does this. My slides are here, and I'm going to face my slides and talk through all my slides. Don't do that. Don't do that, because the audience is who you're talking to. And also don't just stare at one person and make them feel uncomfortable in the first row. That doesn't help. So scan the audience. Look at all the faces as you can. And I'll be honest with you, you probably can't see anything anyway. To be fair, like there's a lot of bright lights on these stages, so you'd be lucky enough to just see a bunch of dark sort of bumps of heads in front of you. I think I don't know. Also, I tell you another one. You kind of like, as I said about syncing, you kind of get one with the audience. So what I mean by that is, I'll give an example. Let's say you're doing questions, and someone asks a question, and you first of all, not always the room's great in terms of audio, especially if you're on stage. The speakers are facing to the audience a lot of the time. There can be echo in the room. There can be other things. So you may not understand what's been said. The audience can hear what the other person's what's been asked by, let's say they've got a microphone asking a question, but you on stage may not hear at all what's being asked, even when they're on a microphone. Also, maybe someone's accent is really strong and you can't understand what they're saying clearly, especially with the room echo and everything else. So the best thing is, try your best to answer a question. And if you feel that, you're not quite getting the question, just ask them to come speak to you afterwards. Say, come ask me that question afterwards and I'll be happy to answer your question, and then you can have that conversation afterwards when, you can better hear or better talk about whatever the issue is. So,
Another thing in this
start
arena,
a timer. Start a timer as well.
Yeah.
Always start a timer. Know how long you need to be on stage, how long you have for questions, and always start a timer when you start speaking. I always mess this up, and I'm always like rushing or not rushing to get what I'm talking, because I sometimes veer off on tangents. Funny enough.
I was also going to bring up that the another thing in this arena, you have the advantage that many of you are participating in local GDG chapters. And I will tell you, every single GDG leader is looking for speakers. Every single one of them. You don't have a temperature. If they're alive, they're looking for speakers.
And Flutter meetups, yeah.
And Flutter meetups.
Start with a small group. Another way, start with small groups. When you've got like a couple of dozen people at most, that you're talking to, that is not so big as it may be a crowd. I think the audience I was speaking to at FlutterCon was 600 strong, I think, in that room. So that's a different thing entirely.
And when you go to a local kind of smaller group, everybody's wanting you to succeed. Everybody's on your side.
Yeah.
So they're all friends there. I mean, it's possible if you're going to a big convention where someone's paid $1,000 for a ticket, that may not be the case if you're not, but for sure at normal places, and we said earlier, this is a great community. We want you to succeed when you're talking, for sure.
I just thought another thing. Another one is, if you stumble when like you make a mistake, like you say the wrong word or you pronounce something wrong, or what else? Or just make a complete goof up or something. Just plow on. Just carry on.
Yeah.
Because I can tell you right now, if in less than a few minutes they completely forgot what you just said because they listened to you talk right now. Yeah. That's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and
don't be scared of making a fool of yourself as well, because it's going to happen, and when it does happen, what's to be said about it? So what? Who cares? Move on.
Once again, we all want you to succeed, and if it's a good laugh, so much the better.
And if you do it long enough, eventually you get to the point where you can do a weekly podcast on, say, something like open source that goes to 50,000 people every week, and you just don't even think about it. You just simply speak into the camera and talk with your guests and carry on as if not you're totally out of your mind that you're talking to 50,000 people every week. It's just the way it is.
And remember, you're talking because you know your topic. You either knew it before or you've learned it. So if you're prepared, you really are the one that knows this stuff. And if they ask you a question at the end and you don't know the answer to it, that's okay, because the question is probably a hard question at that point. And you can go, you can always decide, hey, I'll get back to you on that, or I'll think about it, or I'm not sure about that one, but here's something that's kind of related that might help inform what we're talking about a little bit. I mean, there's lots of stuff there. And I mean, like I led a panel of Flutteristas at FlutterCon, and there were multiple times where things would kind of go a little bit wrong, and I would kind of make a joke about it, just like we would do here, when something's not showing on the screen properly, we kind of laugh it off and come back to it when it was working and stuff like that. So it's go do it. And in Chad, he actually talked about what he was talking about, what his talk's going to be, and it looks very interesting to me. So I can't wait to see that talk, actually, and I suspect he's going to do a great job.
Well, let's move on to another technical topic.
I'm going to probably have to run, given this is a short week for me because of Christmas. So thank you all, and I hope everybody's having a great holiday season.
See you next year,
or next week, whichever comes first, right?
Yeah,
but that's the same.
It's next year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
All the rest.
Programmer jokes. Programmer jokes. Right. Thanks, Danielle, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks.
Okay. Let's go with, has anyone tried DevTools extensions yet? What are your thoughts?
So, no. I think they're really great though. So I was lucky enough to be involved quite early on in the previews before it came out and giving feedback and a bunch of other things around it. And I really like the way that we've now got. So for those that don't understand what this is, so DevTools has the ability to add tabs at the top. So let's say you had a plugin, for example, Randall's favorite plugin, which the name has just dropped off. Riverpod, yeah. Sorry, that took me a second. So Riverpod, for example, has a tab at the top, and it will show you the structure of Riverpod and the state of Riverpod, so you can actually better debug your app, and it can give you all the information. And that is an extension to the DevTools. And so you can build out your own extensions, and you can use existing extensions. So if you're debugging, let's say a Riverpod app, it will automatically detect, oh, you can install this Riverpod extension. Yes, thank you very much. And then it will install that, and you get all this sort of debugging. And that's all built in now to DevTools. Really handy. But yeah, no, I've not actually needed it as of recently. Yeah, that sounds interesting, and I definitely will take advantage of it when I can.
Probably more things as more people get more stuff done with that, and then I can just take advantage of it and use it. I don't have any need to do anything right now with that. So here we go. I want to call a macOS emoji keyboard from a Flutter desktop web application. Do you know how? I don't know how to
web application
shortcut. Desktop or
okay.
web?
So no, this is about setting your input mode. So what I think the problem here, what you need to do, Jessica, is go back to thinking about what platform you're on. How would you do this on the platform that you are on? So it's going to be different on desktop versus web. So first of all, pick one and work with one. So let's say web, for example, right? So you go to web and go, okay, in HTML and JavaScript, how do I show the emoji keyboard? If I remember rightly, they're on the input element, for example, you can actually now add extra flags to show you what type of keyboard you want it to show. Like you want a number keyboard only, and I believe there's support for emoji in there. So there should be no reason why you couldn't launch that. Now that then goes into the realm of, okay, how do I get that with Flutter and its input mechanism, which is a completely different thing, right? So now you go, okay, well, I look at the framework, I look and see if there's any options on the text input field for doing that. If there's no options for doing that, then how can I do that? So then, believe it or not, you can actually, if you're using Flutter Web, you can change the DOM yourself. You can add an input element, you can add emojis, and you can make what's called a platform widget and do all that. But again, it's like to the nth degree to do that. And to be honest, I would just avoid it and say on these platforms, if the user wants to do that, they can press the button on their keyboard to bring up emojis and add emojis. I would not have a specific button on those platforms. So let's say, like, I don't know, WhatsApp has like a little emoji button or something. Just don't do that. So that's one option. That's if you want to use the inbuilt emoji keyboard. The other option is you can just build one yourself. So emojis are not like, they're just character codes, and there's nothing magical about them. In fact, you can actually do an icon widget. So icon widgets have a icon data, and icon data stores two things: a font, and the font is the character Unicode character code for that icon. I think that's right.
Yeah.
Someone's going to correct me in a minute, but it sounds right to me. So the way that this works is that if you just choose your normal font and instead that those character codes are the emoji codes, those are the big sort of FFFE2A or whatever, like codes. And you just put that in there and you'll see the emoji pop up on the screen. Make that into a button, make that into a widget. Now make a grid view going from FFFED to, FFFEF, whatever, like, so you get like a range possible, and you can go look up the ranges of emojis that you can display. And that's it. You've made yourself a little emoji keyboard so when someone presses a button, it pops up. They can click an emoji and it goes away. No need to deal with Mac emoji. Works across all platforms. Don't have to deal with any problems. So again, coming back to it, what do you want to do, right? Are you trying to specifically make the inbuilt keyboard pop up, or just trying to display emojis and have them use it, pick an emoji, for example? Does that help, Jessica? I hope it does.
Hope so. Next one, Simon, from your experience with packages, what are the best options for adding Markdown functionality? Thanks.
Okay, first of all, what do you mean by Markdown functionality? Because there's editing Markdown, there's creating Markdown, there's displaying Markdown. Markdown functionality covers a multitude of things. What you're trying to do is display Markdown, and there's a wonderful Markdown package for just that. I think it's called Markdown.
Yeah.
And in fact, there's also Flutter Markdown, I think it is, and that's like widgets that revolve around it. So there's a Markdown package which is just passing Markdown. Yeah. So Markdown is done by tools.dart.dev. So let's bring that up on stream while we're here.
If I pass Markdown text, simply, here comes some more text here.
So here you go. Markdown, right? So this is gonna, Markdown to HTML, blah, blah, blah. This is a Markdown package. And if I remember rightly, packages that depend on Markdown widget, was that the one? In the last hour. Sounds about right. I think this is the one, yeah.
Given Markdown, show it on screen, yeah.
And it uses the official Markdown package to do so. There's lots. So Flutter Markdown, maybe it was that one as well. 50 days ago, Flutter.dev, this is the official one.
Yep.
There you go. This is the one. Yeah, no, this is the one. So you give it the source code or body, and then you can put that in your own scrollable. Yeah. There you go. Is that what you want? I mean, you could have Googled that yourself, right? I guess it's helpful to get a suggestion.
I think we have one final question before we can start doing live coding. Let's see here. I'm going to find the right button. There's the right button. I'm having issues with gesture-like. When I'm pinching an image, it increases scale, meanwhile can be rotated. So the rotated parts cannot be gestured. Why? What can be
it can.
solution? Yeah, so
it's just fine. I'm not sure I understand what. So first of all, pinching. I mean, you're trying to do this yourself, because if you use a gesture detector, you have on scale down, on scale update, on scale up, whatever it is. Hang on, let me grab the API out. Right, and part of what you get inside that is the center point, and you get the reference for rotation as well. Hang on. I know you do because I've done it before. It was a while ago, but let's have a look. Let's bring this up on stream. So, on pan down, was it on? On scale end, on scale start, on scale update. Right. So, on your scale start scale callback, we're going to get a start scale details, which gives us the focal point, and it gives you, so this is the point in the center of the multiple point positions. This is in local coordinates. So this is in global coordinates. This has been local coordinates. That is, global is where it is on the screen. Local is where it is to the widget. And then how many pointers they have down. So if it's 3 fingers, 4 fingers, 5 fingers, that kind of thing, right? Then what you're getting in update. Here you go, focal point, scale, horizontal scale, vertical scale, and there's your rotation right there. So that tells you at what number of, probably in radians, the angle implied by the first 2 points to enter in contact with the screen. There you
Yep.
It doesn't tell me if
Okay,
it's in
got it.
radians or degrees, but you can figure that one out quite easily. Oh yeah, expressed in radians. I literally just saw that. Yeah.
So that was the last question. We are taking no more questions. Let me review the one I saved from the beginning of the show because there's a multiple parts now. So it's how to listen to device orientation, where the device is portrait up, portrait down, landscape left, landscape right. But in addendum, orientation builder and media of context give only the orientation value, not device orientation, where it's portrait or landscape. One of these is weird. It's just whether the width is greater than the height or the height's greater than the width.
Yeah, but it's not. That's the problem. So this is
really
actually it's a gripe I actually have with Flutter itself. So we'll
and device orientation has portrait up, down, left, landscape left and right. Okay, so do you understand the question? Okay, are you going to code some stuff?
For 1 second.
I guess you're coding stuff.
I'm gonna bring it all up.
Okay.
I'm just gonna. So briefly, let's just do this. Share screen.
Okay. And yeah, you're right. I always wondered why you had that one thing that was just size width greater than height. I can compute that. I want to know what the device is physically doing.
So for those that people want to know, this is Blizzard. This is also part of Blizzard, which was, you can see here that we can walk around these rectangles and they get correctly clipped to the screen. I can turn around, we can go back. And what you're seeing with the lines at the top is the clipping take place. That's where these extra lines are up here. But yeah, so there you go. So you can take this example and expand upon it to build a whole 3D world. I'm going to walk around. Hang on, let's go forward. And obviously, there's no point of reference. It's pitch black, but yeah. So, that was on the Snow Blizzard example. So I'll push. I just update the imports on that. So just the dependencies because it wasn't compiling. So I'll push that now. Update deps. There you go, and then you can all. So that was the. This is a link to this package that we referenced earlier. So go have fun if you want to play around with that. All right. So you're talking about orientation. So let's see. So there's a thing built into. So first of all, there's an orientation builder, and this is a widget that's built into Flutter. And it's kind of annoying. It always annoys me. I wonder if they've actually changed it because it's always been one of those things that I think is completely pointless, to be fair. But let's find out. Yep, it's completely pointless.
Yep.
What I mean by that, it's not tailored orientation. I mean, it's not pointless, but it's not what you expect, right? So this is basically telling you, is my width larger than my height? Then I must be landscape or I must be portrait. But this constraint is the layout constraint, not the device screen constraint. So it could be that your widget is now presented in a smaller space. So it's not the orientation of the device you're going to be capturing, it's the orientation of this space, this portion of the screen, which is not the same thing. I think this, to be honest, distinct. It does say here distinct from the device orientation, but I think there should be a better way of experiencing that. So there is the other way of doing this is to use media query, but it's not really a builder. What was the question again? It was how to
before I show the question again, I was just going to say one way to explain this is if you take a web page or a desktop app and you make it square and then you move it just a little taller than wider, it goes one way. And if you move it just a little wider than taller, it goes the other way. And it's like, well, what does that really mean then? That it's now landscape versus portrait just because you move 10 pixels over? That doesn't make any sense to me. So but that's what that's telling you. Scarily enough. Okay, let me pull up the question here again. Here was the original question, just whether it's portrait up, portrait down, landscape left, landscape right. So this is probably watching the media query thing that you're about to pull up.
Yeah. So it was. Oh, I didn't see the question again, but it was mainly around. Sorry, I'll just play. This was handling device orientation when the device portrait. Okay, so here's the thing. You're asking for the direction of the orientation. That's portrait up, portrait down, left or right. That's different from just saying portrait or landscape. So that has a different implication. I'm not sure if Flutter actually allows you to do that, but let's have a look. So we should be able to say orientation equals media query. Always use the not the of method like this, but the actual distinctions of the different ops, like accessibility, navigation of, bold text of, whatever the thing is that you're trying to get. Gesture settings. Oh, that's the site, yeah, the navigation gestures. So there'll be a bunch of these anyway, and the one we're actually looking for, what was it? It was orientation. Yeah, orientation of context. I have a feeling this just tells you if it's portrait or landscape.
What type is it?
Yeah, so you're just going to get portrait and landscape. So if you actually, I would really like to know, are you just care about, is it portrait or landscape for the actual device? Because that's how you do it. It's as simple as that. If you're trying to get the direction, that's slightly different.
Yeah, I was looking more towards some sort of.
I want to know if, I mean, like, I want to know. Again, might hand that doesn't device orientation.
I think yeah, they're looking. I think the Madden's looking for the actual, like, what is facing upward physically in the person's hand.
Well, this is what he's talking about here. So device orientation is what you use with System Chrome. And it's about limiting the device. It's interesting because you can limit the device to being like, oh, only portrait down or portrait up, or you know, vice versa. So it's always like upside down, for example, if you wanted to. And as far as I know, there's no inbuilt way of doing this. You can do it, and you can do it with your own channel, but you would have to start doing some working with the native code. There's no. So
I think the problem is
let me have a quick look at something. Let's chase this down because I have a feeling I might be missing something here. So let's have a quick look. So when we actually describe the orientation, Flutter describes the orientation. Where is? That's interesting. Okay, so here's the problem. Okay, well, it's not a problem, but orientation is where I think orientation doesn't actually exist here. Yeah, okay, so here they're doing the same thing. Is width larger than height? Let me take it down. Right, can I hear you?
Did I say it? You can hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, right.
Okay, cool. That'll do. Right. So the answer is So this is not actually getting the device orientation; it's detecting the orientation from the size. So that's something slightly different. I don't think we can actually get that, but let's have a look. Platform dispatcher, implicit view, instance. Go look under the hood and see what we get. Really? It just wants to hate on me right now. Physical geometry.
Physical size.
Yeah.
Where does System Chrome get it from?
Hang on. Well, no, because System Chrome has its own device channel. So, the normal mechanism that we would normally get is the metrics changed events from the platform. But they don't. I don't think they're fired on like explicitly on orientation. It's more about size change. I think they're fired on orientation change. However, they implicitly get that from size. I think that's the problem. But let me have a quick look here. I'm kind of curious if there's any information that we get. This is more about is it a fold hinge cut? Yeah, so there's other display features that you might get like cutouts. Okay. Display itself. Yeah, again, we get in the pixel ratio, refresh rate, size. Not the orientation. So I think, I think there's a room to expand the API here and provide that. There's definitely reasons to have the orientation. I know for a fact dealing with the camera and orientation is one of those annoying things you need to do.
Well, like I have a camera app that when I rotate my phone horizontally, it changes all the labels, so they're now
so you can do that with that exactly what you can do with already what's in there right now, orientation of, because it tells you if it's portrait or landscape, right? So it doesn't matter if you're handling it landscape this way or landscape 180 degrees the other way.
No, because it can also tell when I turn it upside down, it turns the numbers upside down. So that's not portrait versus landscape. That's physical orientation, which are the four cardinal.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. So you can't see. Here's the thing: you can get the sensors package, and you can get the orientation vector from the sensors. You can use Sensors Plus package to do that. It's too much though. You just don't need to. The device knows its orientation, and you can get that, but it would require doing a platform channel. I mean, are people interested in that? Maybe we can like leave on that if people are interested in how you do a plugin. I can certainly do a quick Android plugin, and we can show how to do that.
It seems like something that should already be in the framework. I mean, we've had Flutter for 5 years already.
No, again, it's just like not needed the directional orientation. The system Chrome. So what I was thinking about doing is actually reusing the system Chrome channel and being a bit sneaky by it. So let me just show people what I'm talking about. So system channels. This is a list of all of the channels that are used to actually communicate with the outside world from Flutter. So, for example, navigation. This is the channel that tells us when we push or pop something from the operating system perspective. You don't want to use any of the you don't want to be using any of the sensitive packages. They will be consume the battery unnecessarily. It already knows its orientation, so there should be no need to like you don't need to get the updates every few milliseconds. It's not like a sensor pack, right? The platform one here. Request to exit, initialization complete, system UI change. So it's the platform channel that's actually taking the system Chrome events, which is interesting. System Chrome set, so you can set the preferred orientation, right, which allows you to do that. But I don't think, I'm pretty sure System Chrome doesn't have a way of like getting the preferred it's interesting, right? You can set the preferred orientation. I don't think there's a way of getting the preferred orientations. You can get what it, because it's about preferred. It's you're saying, I want to limit the orientations to this. You're not saying I want the orientation to this. There's a slight difference in semantics there. Let me so I'm just gonna try and so there's a landscape reverse and portrait reversed. Get default display, get window manager. Hang on. I'll bring this over just a second. What's this? Window manager. Do you know what we could do? Should we do this straight? Do you know what?
What?
You don't want to do this. We can actually call this straight from Dart. I'm kind of tempted. No. I'm kind of tempted because I can show people how to do that kind of thing. It's kind of interesting. Let's have a look here. Window manager. So apparently, window manager, you can do get default display, which it's a bit of So context get display API level 30 onwards is fine, because obviously the reason why they've changed this, for example, is that your activity may be on a different screen, which has a different display. Get default is just going to be assuming that you have one display, but if it's a multi-desktop, you won't, right? But it'll do for now, right? As a quick example, so get default display, and apparently this has get rotation.
Okay.
So you got get orientation, get rotation, and there you go, 0, 90, 180, 270.
Ah,
right?
Those sound like useful numbers. Yeah.
So, okay, so let's say we accept that this is the values that we're looking for. So we need to be able to call this API from Dart. So give me 1 second here. I'm gonna show you how you can do this straight from Dart, because I think it's kind of interesting. Cool.
Can we do that with FFI? Is that how we do that?
Yeah. Well, yeah, actually. But
Ginny, or whatever it is.
Yeah. JNI.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Cool. I haven't seen this before. Well, I've seen it in videos coming out of Mountain View, but not here.
Give me 1 second to dig out something, which I can't share. Sorry, but I'm gonna do my best.
Faisal, how do we make apps responsive? That question is about 15 minutes too late. Come back in 167 hours and ask again.
I mean, how you make them responsive? I guess you just make them responsive.
Oh, and don't use screen util. Please don't use Flutter screen util. Just don't. Just don't. Let me at least put this in here, the chat, for you to answer your answer here. You should go check out that particular piece on how to actually do responsive apps in Flutter. Wonderful chat by the author of Boxy, Impuro.
Right. Let's see if we can do this. Hang on. It's better. All right. So first of all, we're going to want to import the JNI package. So JNI stands for Java Native Interface, and it's a system in which any code can communicate with the Java JVM, or Java Virtual Machine. This is the environment, or Java runtime environment. Should I just say, because not necessarily a virtual machine anymore. JVM is a term just used for the environment that Java runs in, like we have the Dart runtime environment. So we're going to need to add, so this is the test app. We've got tons of crap in here, but we're just going to add in here the JNI package. And if we go look up the JNI package on pub, so I'm going to do this. There's a JNI generator. I'm not going to use that. We're going to do it manually because we're only calling one function, nice and simple. Do what you will. So my patch is in there. So that's great. 0.72 is the version you want to be using.
Cool.
There was a little overflow issue that I resolved. Okay, so now we've got that package in. When your activity runs on when your application runs on Android, you're going to need to know what do we actually want to achieve here. Hang on, first of all, we want to monitor the rotation. Okay, we want to get the rotation, or we want to monitor the rotation. So that's an interesting point.
Just print it when it changes.
Yeah, we want an on. There's an on configuration change, but I think we'll first of all let's set ourselves a target of getting the rotation, and then we can look about how we monitor it. Right. So simple thing. Let's make a class, and we'll call it rotation manager and a rotation. So rotation manager. Let's call it that. And this is gonna, when it starts up, we're gonna want to do some stuff. So we'll make constructor. And it's going to hang on to a few references. So we're going to want to have some sort of way of clean up those references. We'll have dispose. Okay, nice and simple. All right. So if I type JNI, we should have a global top level way of accessing the JNI environment. there's a bunch of ways of doing this. So there should be a get activities J9 environment. I forget global J9. It'll be the one time I'm gonna go to my reference because I've completely forgotten. It's been a while. It is get. I was right.
Yep.
And it's because it's probably not imported. Let's do that. Yeah, get current activity. And it's going to be a void pointer, but it's an activity nonetheless. That's the kind of thing that is. So if we want to access a method, so what do we want to get? We want to get, we could get for the current context on API level 30 and above. Okay, let's just say we're doing 30 and above. I make my life easier, I think. Where was it? It was window manager. Get rotation. No, get default display, wasn't it? That's the one. And this has been deprecated for get display on context. So we want to run the get display function on a context. Well, current activity, those that don't understand an activity as a context in Android, this is all reference. Here we are. Applications should use this method with an activity or a context associated with a display. Create display context to do this, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so this will give us a display object back. Okay, so that's what we want to do. So first of all, let's say final activity equals this. And what we want to do is look up the method get display. Now, how can we do that? So there is actually a mechanism where we can go look up functions on a reference. So first of all, we need to have an object reference. So JObject, and it will say from a pointer. So this is creating a JavaScript object reference, and we already have activity pointers. We can pop that in there. So this now is essentially a JavaScript object to a reference. So if I say activity, I can now do a few things with this, like call a method, do a bunch of things. So funny enough, call method by name, exactly what we want. And our method name is get display. And it's asked for a few other things. So arguments, well, our function has no arguments, so that's easy enough. What the hell is signature? That is the question, right? That's what we need to solve. You joined late. What we're trying to do is get the display orientation from the device. However, there's a very clue. We want to know, is it portrait and landscape, but is it 270 degrees, 60 degrees? What exact sort of rotation? Yeah. That's right.
Which way the 4 rotations is it? Yes.
Yeah. So what we know is that at the moment is that an activity has a get display method on it, which gives a display, and we're going to try and get that straight from Flutter. No external sort of platform specific code. So here in Dart code, we're going to use JNI, which is Java Native Interface, to do that, and this is where we're at. So what's next? So we need to get a signature. So there's actually a way of doing that. So what we're going to do. Bring this up.
Just so I can be clear, you'd use JNI on Android, but you have to have a separate thread for doing it with FFI on iOS, right?
Indeed. This works on Android, and we would need to go, is it Android then do this? Is it iOS do that?
All right.
iOS, there is another package for Objective-C that you can use to actually communicate with Objective-C libraries as well.
Okay.
I'm not going to do that right now.
First of all, I don't clarifying that.
Yeah. The right device. So,
just clarifying that for the audience at home.
Yeah. So what we want to do, here's one I made earlier. So I'm just trying to. So the command, I'll pop this. I can pop this in the chat in a minute. So I'm doing this on Windows. So my actual, instead of a $sign to get an environment variable, you'd use the percentages on both sides. That's how you do it, command prompt. However, so this Java P is part of the Java JDK, and this allows us to output the signature of a Java class, right? In this case, we want to get a particular class from the Android system, and this is Android content.context. It's the one I'm reading from the URL, right? This is the package that contains the get display, the class that contains the get display. And you see lots of stuff. So let's output that to a context.text. Oh, texture.
Uh-oh.
It's fine.
A texture.
And then in here, we'll rename it. And I open that up. So what we've got in the output of our command is the class, as you can see here, the abstract class, and then each one of its members, its full descriptor, as in its full sort of like description, and then what signature it has. And these signatures have have a few different meanings. For example, here, capital I, you can go look this up, it's part of the JNI documentation, but capital I, for example, means integer. So this means that this variable with this name is an integer type, and that's how you'd access it. And funny enough, it tells you here it's an integer, right? But this is the descriptor of what we need for JNI. The one above, for example, says L, which means the class name follows, and this is the full class path of the class it's going to return, and the semicolon ends that string. So this way we can say, okay, thing called battery underscore service returns a class of Java lang string. So if we follow this down to say get display, here's the clue. So this is saying the descriptor is saying it's a function and it returns a L Android view display, and that's the class it just returns. So we grab this descriptor of what it is, and this is the signature. And that's what we pop in here.
Oh, cool.
And that is how we can essentially refer to this. Now, if you think about it, you can also build these descriptors. So you can actually have this class name somewhere else, and you can do a $ and inject it in there and make it all look pretty. In fact, that's how the JNI gen package and JNI stuff works. But we're just doing it here. It's nice and simple. So this is going to call get display, and we're going to get back a display, and we're going to hopefully get back a reference. We should be getting back a reference from that object. So call method by name, he says, or equals. That's what I'm missing. All right. So call method by name wants to have a T here, which is to tell us what type it is it returns. It also allows us to specify call type, which is a hint, because the T is not enough to always disambiguate what type of return type you want to get. So call type allows us to inject that. I won't go too far into the realms of this library. However, I do want to show one function. This is it. This is the actual one that does the call and handles the return type. So it looks at the return type. Is it a bool? Is it an int? And then converts the type for you into the Dart type. Mm-hmm. So in this case, for example, if it's an integer, well, it might be a byte, it might be a short, it might be a char, and so on. So the point here is this is why the disambiguation. So you pass over the call type and say, oh, it's a JNI call type of byte, and then it will convert the byte to a Dart integer for you correctly, right? All right. So down here, what we actually care about is that we're returning a J object, a Java object. And we could pass in the disambiguation of JNI type object. However, we can also just pass a J object, and it will know how to deal with that. And it looks like it will even, if it's type J object, it will also do a from ref for us. So we don't have to do that. So that's nice. So if I get rid of that from ref and instead put J object here, it will nicely return the J object for us. There you go. Right. So what's next? Now we have a display object. Well, again, now we need to call another function on that display object. So let's go to the display object. And that was get orientation, if I remember rightly. So I get rotation, wasn't it? There we go. All right, and that returns an integer. So what we're going to do now, let's go back into our little terminal. And we'll run the same thing. And we'll do this on display this time. So this is Android view display. Displays the class name. Thank you. Display.text. Whoops.
Common typo for you.
All right. And now we have the same output we were talking about earlier, but now for the display class. And in here, we'll have a get rotation. And as you can see, it's a function that returns an integer. Pretty easy enough. So go back to here. We want to call another method by name, and it's get rotation, and its signature is a function that returns an integer. Doesn't take any arguments, and we can now say int. Now what we might need to do is put that disambiguation here, because what was it? It was
there's lots of mints, right?
Yeah. So we need oops. Sorry. That was it. So there's different types of int. Int type. So I want to be, for those that don't understand or never had to deal with this, I just want to quickly briefly go through this. So byte is 8 bits. That's 8 bits in general. Short was a name given to 16 bits. Char is also 8 bits, but it's signed at 8 bits. Int is also was when this was built, because it's built on 32-bit systems, that was 32-bit. Long is 64-bit. Float is a 32-bit float. Double is an 8. I think maybe it might be 64-bit float, and double is, I think, an 80-bit float. And then you got some reference notes, some object references, pointers. So this is how these are sort of determined. You might have different bit widths that are being returned that have to be converted appropriately. I won't bore people with this, but Randall can know more about this. And generally, when you're talking to a computer, you talk in the term of, it used to be called octets, like groups of 8 bits, because different systems might be 12 bits wide, they might be 11 bits wide, 9 bits. In the early computing, it was a free for all. It was whatever you could cram into your computer at the time, like how many bits you could process. These ended up sort of forming into, oh, we're going to do things on 8 bits. This made sense for binary. That would start getting the name octet. And then the term word was used to describe units of octets that were processed together. So you might have a 12-bit word. You might have various different bit widths of words, right? So these terms sort of got moved around. Word generally was used as the unit of, so it might be that your computer bus was 8-bit, but the CPU work on 16 bits at a time, which means it's a 16-bit processor. Means the word size is 16-bit. It talks in 16 bits at a time. So this is where the term, if the people don't know, the term double word comes from, meaning that processes 2 words at once. That is 32 bits, for example, on a 16-bit machine. Or on 8 bits, it would be 16 bits because it's double the processor's sort of expectation.
One of the classic machines that I worked with was the PDP-8. PDP-8 was 12 bits in a byte.
There you go. So the term byte has not always been 8 bits, and the term, and again, so the term word was used. So anyway, when you're writing 16-bit, let's say C code on a 16-bit architecture, int is 16 bits. That's because that's the architecture you're working on. It's not 32 bits. A long would be 32 bits. It's the step above you. So this has always been a problem in terms of language and programming. But basically, a lot of what happened was things kind of settled, and they settled on int during like early 90s, I think it was, mid 90s. We kind of settled on this kind of wrap of int being 32 bits, long being 64 bits, and then you start getting long for like 80 bits and various other things. And so at least we had the same reference names for the same unit sizes. But for the most part, yeah, if you're on for example, Dart, an int is 64 bits because that's it. It works in 64-bit units. It's designed as a language that does that. Even if you've got a 32-bit processor, int's a 64-bit. And it'll do it in 2 chunks, 2 words. Anyway, right. I'm going to a complete digression there, but sorry, back to here. Int.
Dart and int is 64 bits unless you're on web, in which case it's 56 bits because everything's a float on the web.
Don't confuse them with web.
Just to get a little more accurate without any kind of relevance whatsoever to this part of the conversation.
All right, so now we should have the rotation number coming out of this. So if we print rotation, we should have them call things. So okay, so what we can do, we could run this, and let's say we assume it works. In fact, let's just do that.
Ship it then. Ship
So
it.
we say if we
It
just
works.
make an instance of rotation manager. Oops. All right. So let's.
It compiles. That's good.
Well, does it?
We
We're going to
we
find out.
think.
Yeah. Okay. Let's run it and see what happens. So what we're hoping to see is a number. Should probably prefix this with something, but it's fine for now because I want to reorganize this. We've got a fatal flaw in this right now, and that is we're not managing the memory. So, like FFI, like JNI, you need to be managing where you're freeing, and that's why I had the dispose method in there in the first place, so we can get to that.
Yeah.
But you need to be making sure that you're tracking down your memory usage correctly and keeping track of it. It sounds harder than it actually is, and I'll explain that in a second. So there's a wonderful feature of the JNI package, which we'll get to in a second, hopefully, which will allow you to it'll just automatically free the resources when they're not being used. And it kind of manages that for you. So hopefully.
Installing is good. I like that. It's that far.
Okay, we're not going to see anything, but here's number 0. So let's turn on auto rotation. And now if I rotate the device 90 degrees and then I restart the app, it should give me a different rotation number, right? There are 3.
Oh, look! Yay!
And then I rotate numbers. I'm going to rotate it to the other. I'm going to rotate it to the other landscape and hot restart, and we should get a different number.
Yes.
1.
Yes.
I turn it
2,
upside down.
probably. Upside down should be 2 then, I'm guessing.
Oh, it doesn't want to go upside down because that's not standard orientation, I think.
Oh,
do you know what I can do? I think I can do set allowed orientations or whatever it is, right? So if I do Flutter, come on, widgets binding. No, it's not, is it? No, it's widgets, Flutter, widgets, Flutter.
Christian says perfectly horizontal. Well, it's going to be whatever the orientation of the device was as it's sitting down.
Hang on. You mean like flat? Then yeah, it normally doesn't change. It may do, but that again, that's a separate. We'll get to that in a minute. Hang on. Come on, widgets, Flutter. Oh my God, Windows widgets. I can never remember this bloody class. Widgets, Flutter binding. That's the one. Ensure initialize. That's what I'm trying to do. Right. We can now. We need to do this because I'm doing it during main before run app. Won't go into why. Go look it up. Google it. It's around. What about system channels? I mean, what would that do? How would that solve anything? I mean, you can invoke random methods on a platform channel, and what do you think is going to happen when they're not there?
Crash. My guess.
There's no method called get rotation, so you can call get rotation, but it's not going to give you anything. Okay, sorry. And we're not trying. Sorry, so we're not trying to put you down or anything. That's just that's what's going to happen, right? Anyway.
Yeah.
Ensuring so anyway, widget binding is trying to initialize. So what we want to do now is to I did this for a reason. I completely forgot what the reason was.
You're trying to force it upside down. You're trying to force it in position.
Oh, that was it. That was it. System Chrome.
Yep.
And set preferred orientations. Device.
That would be cruel. That would be cruel to release an app to the store that could only be upside down.
So there we go. Okay, did it. So upside down now. So here's the value of 0. So we've got 0 for that way round. 180 it. There we go. And restart. Let's see what value we get. Okay, 0 that way. Hang on. Rotate it again. Restart. 2. There we go.
And there's 2. We got 2.
So we got 0, 1, 2, and 3 now. So these are 4 different rotational values. So, okay, so how do we manage this, right? And then how do we get that and how do we listen to it? That's the next thing, right?
Yeah.
So
how do we track this?
Printing this out, we're having to hot reload. This is nuts, right? So we want a little function here called So first of all, let's make an enum called device rotation. I mean, we could actually return back saying that. We could just link up the, was it device orientation? We'll reuse that enum. Device orientation, right? And we'll say get device or orientation. And what we're going to do is move this into there. Okay. Okay, but now we need to have the display. So what we need to do is have a variable that holds onto that display. JObject display.
You have to map the int to a device orientation too, right?
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah. So in here, in the activity, we want to get rid of our activity reference when we're no longer needing it, this JObject. So there's actually a lovely with, I think it is, no, hang on, use. That's the one, use. So what use will do is it will pass over the object and then free it after it's been used. So we no longer, so it's not, again, we're not, this is really hard for me to explain because I'm used to sort of some terminology that's different. In this situation, here where we're using free, here where we're using the word use. Let's clear that up. Okay. So what's happening here is use is going to say, okay, the reference that's being passed in, I will remove my reference to that. So I'm trying to get the terminology right here. So let me explain. The activity is allocated and the memory for the activity is managed by the operating system. However, when we get reference to that, it can no longer free that memory because we're holding on to it by reference, right? This is called reference counting. You can go look this one up. So what we need to do is we need to give up that reference. And in doing so, if it ever needs to be freed by the operating system, it can be because it no longer is referenced by anything else. That's essentially how certain managed memory allocation works. So as you can see here, it's really simple. The use function uses the value and then calls a function called release, and release deletes the global reference for us. That's it. There's nothing magical about this. It just does that. And in doing so, this is letting the JNI environment know that we no longer need that object anymore, that reference, this underscore reference value, which is our pointer that we originally got back. Okay, so now we do that. We need to do the same thing, and we need to release our display when we dispose. So underscore display dot release. There we go. So now we can never. Oh, now you know, Jessica. So okay, okay. So now we've done this and get device orientation. We need to now map this value, this rotation value, from an integer into the right rotation. So we can say return switch rotation, and then we can say case. Actually, we can say 0 is device orientation portrait up. 1 device orientation dot portrait down. I'm just going to do this, and we'll get them in the right order in a second, because I'm pretty sure that these are probably wrong, but you know, never know. 3 device orientation landscape left, and then we have to do an unknown one. In this case, we want to say throw bad rotation value rotation. We should never get that, but because we're doing a switch, we're going to need to have because an integer can have any one of these values. So, all right. So now we've done this. We need to know what is 0, 1, 2, 3, and what does it map to. So over here, this says integer return may be surface rotation 0, no rotation. Surface rotation 90, 18 to 70. For example, if the device is naturally tall, the user turn it on its side to go into landscape orientation. The value returned here may be surface rotation 90 or 270, depending on the direction it was turned. The angle of the rotation of graphics shown on the screen, which is in the opposite direction of the physical rotation of the device, for example, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so these are the values that we're going to get, 0, 90, 180, and so on. So, funny enough, rotation 0 has value 0. So let's little comment on here, rotation 0. In fact, let's put the full reference just so we know where it's from. Surface.rotation 0. 180 is the value of 2. So 2 is 180. And we're also already wrong. 3 is 270.
I bet it's going to be exactly the same order as the values of device orientation.
You reckon?
So device orientation dot values sub number from 0 to 3.
So we think it's what? Landscape.
Oh no, look, it's left.
Well, no, it could be. Yeah, it's right. It would be 90 degrees would be landscape.
Yeah, but it's landscape
down.
right.
Yeah, it would be 180. Yeah, no, this is right.
No, I think you're off by left and right. I think left and right are swapped. I think it's 90.
Well, let's just try it. Let's just try it. So I'm going to put it into its natural orientation, and then we'll test it out, right?
Yep.
All right. So now we've done this, and we've got a little management for this now. Let's go back to our reference. Now we have this device manager. We can take it out here. Go into our example app. In fact, we'll make this stateful.
Stateful, and put your manager in there.
And then we'll pop out, our manager in state. I'm going to call this home. Pop out to around, pop out here. Just to make this a little easier. And have this be a material. And it's going to have a chart. Column. Text. Rotation is rotation and a button. Or do you know what we could do? Have this depend on media query orientation of.
Oh, that's cheating. That is cheating.
I'm just doing this just for a second. Orientation of.
I know.
So we can let's do rotation and then new line orientation. Right. Let's see what we get. And then I'm going to put rotation in.
I bet left and right are going to be backwards. I just bet.
Probably.
Because I think 1 is 90 degrees to the right. I think it's clockwise, not counterclockwise. I predict.
Okay, so there we are. We're creating it and we're disposing of it. We have a rotation value. And when we start up our thing, we'll set the rotation value to being rotation manager. Get device orientation, whatever. Device orientation. Just want to get the name right. Oh, it's completely wrong. So device orientation is this, blah, blah, blah. And we'll just put the 2 values on the screen, why not? Okay.
Don't you need to refetch it every time it reorients?
Sure. Yeah, just do that. Yeah. I do actually want to, well, we'll get there. Let's see. So, center.
Yeah.
Oh, a bit too much.
Whoa.
All right.
Cool.
So, all right, so there's our thing. So we've got portrait and portrait up. That's me holding the phone. So we turn it to the left. We get landscape left. and landscape.
Oh, I was wrong.
Portrait, and then to the right. Yeah,
I was
landscape
wrong.
right, landscape, and down.
So the
Portrait
numbers
down.
are counterclockwise. That's intuitive. Numbers are counterclockwise. I get. Oh, actually, it might
No,
be
they're clockwise.
right.
No, they're clockwise.
Well, you said you held it left, and it said
0,
left.
90, because the screen is in the opposite direction. It's like left, because remember you're going left to right. So even though if you rotate it left, it's 90 degrees. Oh, whatever.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if it corresponded with what you thought should be correct. That's probably it. Ship it.
Scroll towards upside down, and if it's portrait, scroll to downside. I mean, that's because it's locked. So Dan, that's nothing you need to do. It's just because okay. We've probably done this. You don't even need to do this.
Yeah.
This is your. So for those that don't know, this is the point that was just brought up. I saw one post randomly where my device orientation is portrait up, scrolling upside down and down. It's doing this because it's locked. So when your device is rotated upside down, it's scrolling the wrong way because it's upside down, right? I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point here is here's some cool code that does that. Now, we're doing a little trick here, okay? And that is because we're listening to orientation and we're re-getting the device orientation, we're kind of listening to it. But what we're not being told is that the device actually changed. It's changing because of this line here, media query, which is no good to us, right?
Right.
I mean, ideally, we want to be matching up with when the device changes. So there is a way of doing this. So on a context, on activity at least, I believe this is the same on the context. So we're going to go back. So I don't think display, we're on display. Pardon me, we're on display right now. Get flags, get metrics. So there's a register for HDR, but nothing else, which is what I remembered of it. So if you go to a context, there's on configuration changed, I believe it is. I'm going to find this. It might be on activity, actually. I'll say that. Create configuration context. Okay. Don't think device context. Correct display context. Here we are. It was not expected to be updated with a new configuration if the underlying configuration changes. Resources in return. It's suggested to use display manager's display listener to listen to state changes and recreate if necessary. Okay. So I'm guessing on display changed. Display ID. Called whenever properties of a logical display, such as size, density, have changed. So, okay, that's what we want. So this comes from a thing called Display Manager. I know, let's look up Display Manager. Okay, so obviously this managing our displays. They are get display with ID, get displays. Is it your registered display listener? I'm seeing this be really complicated right now and something I don't want to get into. You can call these methods. I mean, are people interested in this? Do they want us to do this? Or do you want us to move on to another bit of coding or another something else? That's something that may be a bit more Flutter. I don't know. I'm going to leave that out there for a second. What's the name of the package like J9? That is a good question.
FFI, right?
No. They did it. What was it released?
Right.
Released,
Something else.
Yeah, it was released at the same time.
Gen?
Huh?
FFI Gen?
It was no. Oh, FFI Gen. No. It was. Well, I know FFI Gen uses it, so let's look at that.
Yeah, right.
Let's go FFI Gen.
Or maybe it's used. But
Yeah, so it has experimental support for calling Objective-C interop. I think you can just use FFI, can you, on that? I think you might do, by the way. I'm trying to remember now. Yeah, here you go. Okay. Include like AV player. What you want to include. Run FFI gen. And then you've got the bindings in Dart that's generated. And you can just use them directly. There we go. So it uses dynamic library open. Yes, it just uses FFI directly. And it's FFI gen that generates it. So yeah. So this is the Objective-C wrapper. Oh, this is like you can use your own stuff, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Bindings, Swift library, this. So yeah, there you go. You can use like Swift library, Swift class. And that's very much like, I'll pop this in the chat. It is a complex topic, and it's nothing. I mean, it's definitely worth understanding the native side of things will take you to the in a sense take you to the next level with it. Your understanding about computers and computer science, understand the bytes and bits and what we've been talking about is all very important. Every developer any developer will know these things. Like, eventually they'll get to know these things and see how important understanding them is. We talk about history all the time, but like it is still important. Yeah, so FFI gen. You can use that package. So what we've been doing today, by the way, with JNI, FFI, I think it's FFI gen or gen. I think it'll do some stuff for you. No, there's JNI gen. Sorry, JNI gen, which is one of the other package. Will give you the Java. If you give it the Java stuff, there's a few examples. I don't know. If I can be bothered looking at this right now. But yeah, you give it some Java and then it will generate like the interface to call that Java code for you. It can be helpful. So there is a list of, we did actually have a list of things that we coded up before. Not what we were trying to code up. Or we can continue with this, I guess. Or we can work on that game idea I was talking about. Maybe people are interested in doing a little bit of game dev. I'm certainly going to be continuing to do that. So, the reason why I went out of the room earlier, by the way, we were talking about sizes, was to get this. This is what I want to go with,
cool.
Which is the ZX Spectrum Next. If no one's can get there.
Pretty.
It's always back to me. There you go. Anyway, game. So what's the game? Jessica says game. Anyone else? What do we actually have in our last list? I don't remember. Let me have a quick look. In case there's anything interesting in the last coding ideas. So people show some ZX. So people want to look at. Do you want to look at the ZX stuff? We can completely not do Flutter.
You could quickly solve the Dart problem that I put in the Slack channel earlier.
Oh, what was that?
That's in the Slack channel. Given a list of events that have a start time, identify the next event of all the list, and the list could become, or the set of items could be in any order, obviously, because it comes back from a database somewhere. A little simple task, but maybe your approach to it would be interesting to see. Would you use sort, for example, or would you just use reduce?
You're just trying to get the most recent one, so you can just use a reduce for
the next one coming up, or null if none. So like you got a calendar display on your screen and you want to show your next event is 2 hours away.
Okay, well, if I was to use that, I'll use interval tree package because that's exactly what it solves.
Okay. But if you're coding it from scratch, what would you do?
Actually, I mean, this is a package I took ownership of recently.
Oh, well then plug that.
Now, I'll bring this up on stream. Why not? So this is it's down in the Flutter community. So this is called interval tree.
Interval tree, like Dollar Tree, but for intervals.
Well, it's you can see it calculating unions, intersections, and differences between individual intervals or entire interval collections of intervals, such as interval trees. So this is like you have sections of time or intervals. They can be of any object, by the way. This isn't like strictly speaking any. This is interval tree is a arrangement of data in a computer. And allows you to add stuff and then say, okay, what's the next like overlapping separate position? This is basically how calendars work and how you do calendars effectively. Is with an interval tree structure. But yeah, you can check this out. I think there's here's a link to the Wikipedia. Interval tree is a data structure that holds intervals. Specifically, it allows one to efficiently find all intervals that overlap with any given interval point. It's often used for windowing queries, for instance, finding all roads on a computerized map inside a rectangular viewport, or finding all visible elements inside a three-dimensional scene. A similar data structure is the segmented tree. So, for those who don't understand that this is quite an important thing that's used, I'm sure you'll find a use for it. Anyway,
here's the question as I posed it in the Slack. And no, I can't post a link to the Slack. It's our private chat Slack. But this is the question I put there.
So, given a set event, when event start time is date time, and event, and the events are both past and future, select the immediate upcoming event and return it. Right, so you want the next event after now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, to be honest, you could do.
This is 10 lines of code, but I was just wanting to watch you.
There's different ways. Here's the thing: it's about like what optimization path you want to take, right?
Yeah.
Because you can just sort it, right? You can just make a copy of the set, sort the set, and then go and do a binary search on it. I mean,
or just filter based on everything before now gets thrown away. I mean, yeah, there's about 10 different ways to do this.
You still need to sort it though. Yeah.
Or you can do it with reduce, because you can keep saying for every item that you're looking at, is it closer to current time without being earlier? If so, keep it. Otherwise, do the other thing. Right. Otherwise, go to the next item. So you can do it with reduce. You can do it. But I thought it might be interesting watching you do this for a second to actually solve that. But if you don't want to, it's just an idea. It's just an idea. People said they wanted to see it in the chat, but that's okay. Right. Fine.
So
sometimes we got to do simple stuff on the walkthroughs here. Okay. Sometimes we have to do simple coding.
Boring.
Not for the people at home.
Right. Well, hopefully, I'm going to take that code we just did on rotation.
Sure. Yeah.
I'll chuck it up on a gist for everyone. I mean, yeah, but you're trying to find the one after now, Christian, which you may not have got to yet.
Yep.
But yeah, there's a couple of different ways of doing that. I mean, to be honest, the best way of dealing with it is having a doubly linked list that's ordered by time. Because
it makes it even weirder. Okay, sure.
Right? Because then you just go walk forward, get that one. Right? So you just find the one that's for the current time, that's nearest to the current time, and then do walk forward one, which is like what someone just said there, sort first index where. And that's what doubly linked list would bring you.
Or filter it based on only future, then sort that and take the first item.
I mean, the thing is, like, if you were to try to do that every few milliseconds, you don't really want to be sorting. Also, how big is the data set? You don't necessarily want to be sorting it.
There should be also a mutate that says, add this item to the list, now recompute the most efficiently you can.
So that there's also a splay tree set, and that's what you're looking for.
Yes.
So a splay tree set will do a sorted set.
Right.
automatically. So as you insert items, they get put in the right position.
And we're talking about these just hand waving when we could be showing code to actually help people understand this at home.
Hang on. Let me get this gist back.
Yeah. I'm not demanding at all that you do this. I'm just saying we're hand waving and people are picking up on, oh, that's an interesting concept. And we've gone through 3 or 4 interesting concepts already without any code illustrating it. And it's just 10 lines of code. But it could be a really interesting 10 lines of code.
It's not interesting. It's not interesting at all. Boring. Get device.
Sorry. Not worthy of having the amazing Simon work on anything this mundane. It's true.
Sewing and like arrogant is like totally boring. There's a billion ways of doing those things. Just make it happen. They're the things that you could use AI on. Just like make this so number one.
Yeah, let me type this into Codium and see if it says.
See what they come up with. What is the most efficient O notation way of like doing this or something? And see what it comes up with.
Firstware with lowest diff on future date, but you still have to do sorting then. Firstware is only going to work if it's sorted. So yeah.
Well, they ask with it without a sorted, and then say with sorted and see what it comes up with.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Get device orientation, including.
I needed a good chuckle today. This is a good chuckle. But this is the kind of thing that could also be on an interview question. So it might be good in terms of interview question prep.
I would just get up and leave if they did that. I'm good. I'm good, thanks.
Given a set of events, tell me the next one coming up. It's a simple question to state.
Literally be like, I could work that one out, or I could just like Google the shit, or use a library, or see what's available, and use that. And if
I could probably get the answer. I could get the answer faster by posting to Stack Overflow at this point.
Right.
Yeah, Jessica's right online here. Come on, look at that. See, I would love to see Simon solving algorithms.
It's like, okay, we could go this one step further. I'll show you how computers like actually display information to you. How's that? Like most people like think that here's a question. How do you display this is what I'm sure Randall knows the answer to this one, but how do you display a decimal number without a print function to display a decimal number, without it to convert the decimal number to display for you? So how do you so let's say you have a
Nixie tubes, right?
Shut up.
There's no print in Nixie.
I want to show you. Actually, I'm going to show you this because this is what I find interesting. Right, so there's the gist. Everyone, I posted the gist. I'm going to show you this. This is cool. Because again, I think that people miss this, and I think it's kind of interesting. So let's do this. Let's do this. We're just going to do a bit of dark code here. Let's do a bit of dark.
Okay, I tell you what. I'm gonna step aside just for a second. And I'll be right back, and then by then it'll hopefully be done.
I'm boring Randall now. Right, give me 1 second. Get my screen going. Come on. Okay. So I'll show you this. All right. So let's say, right. This is just one of those things, right? So let's say we have a value, and we'll say it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why not? Right? How does your computer print that as a string without doing toString? So it's a value.toString. What does that function do? Any ideas, anyone? So this is now a string. This is the decimal value, right? This is like the decimal character value, if you will, the string value, right? It's those that don't know. If I can find the thing, sorry, hang on. So if I can get a reference to this. There you go. So this is the ASCII table, right? This is quite a common thing to see. Every programmer should know this. And this is the decimal, hexadecimal, and octal value and the character value of the bottom 128 characters of the more or less standardized now characters that are in the alphanumeric display. Now, Unicode extends this to a lot more. This is fundamentally what the basics are on every platform, right? This wasn't always the case, but it is now, more or less, right? We're not talking about history here. We're talking about from now on, right? So, as you can see here, if I was to go in here and do string dot from char code and put, let's say, 48, right? If I just type 48 here, what am I going to see on the screen?
0.
A is back. All right. Yeah. So let's run that. Actually, I just want to run it as Dart. Let's edit my run configurations. Sure. Dart command line.
You need to use div mod by 10 to get the last digit, and then do it in reverse order until the digits are 0.
Yeah.
And then add 48 to each of those, which makes it ASCII.
So if I run this, and I'm going to make this window that big just so we can all see it. So apparently it doesn't end, question mark, what the hell? Is it because it's trying to run it? It's because it's a Flutter. Can I just run that?
Gradle.
Why are you doing this to me?
Yeah, because it's a demo. You're demoing. Things break when you demo.
Apparently so, because I think this is because who's these? There we go. Yeah, it was the imports. All right. So
okay.
So it was trying to use the Flutter libraries for a console. Anyway, so you can see here display number, was it 0?
Yep. 48 0.
Just brings back on the screen. So yeah. So what's happening here is value. Let's call this decimal value. Right. So if we run this, we expect to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But if we now say chars is decimal value dot code units, and if I was to now print that off, see 49. So if I start this with 0, that's, well, we can't start with 0, but yeah, here's 1. Here is value number 1 in ASCII is the decimal value of 49. So 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you notice there's a relationship here of plus 1.
You could have done 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Oh, okay. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. There you go.
There you get your 48.
Right. The arithmetic reverse. So 54, 52,
Yeah.
52, 51, 50, 49, 48, right? So
Yep.
if we think about this and we have this value, we can convert this to a string, right? So we can actually easy enough convert this. So let's make a little function here. And this is literally what's in the Dart runtime. In fact, we can go look for it in a minute if you want to. It might be under the C runtime underneath that. We'll see. I don't think it does. I think it does it itself. So here we want to turn a string, and we're going to say 2 decimal. Let's call it 2 decimal int value, right? And we need to keep track of the characters, the possible characters. So we're going to have an array. I'm doing C here, aren't I? Let's do list dot. Do I want to do this? No, we could just do it. Actually, saying that. We're going to do this very unoptimal right now, but I don't care. So let's do this. This is maybe not the best way to do it, but it's a way of doing it, and then we'll sort of go from there. So we want to keep track of.
Are you going to type 0 through 9 now?
No, I was thinking of doing saying while value is greater than 0, we say base add value would be the value of 0, which was 48. 48 plus value modulus 10. So that's going to get our remainder if we divide it by 10. So if we take that huge number and divide it by 10, we're going to get a number. And then we want to say value is. Can we not do that?
Div 10.
Yeah. Okay. And then that will then have. So we now print this list of base, and we're going to return a string. Second. So when I run this function, instead of printing off these characters, we'll run this function on value. Don't worry about it. It's going to print a blank string, but we'll get there in a second. So see, it's printed off the same decimal values now, same character values. So if we now say these are in reverse
but in the reverse order, yeah, right.
Yep. Now we can take those characters, reverse them, and make a string out of it. There's obviously a bunch of ways to do that, but as we just said, string from character codes, base, reversed. And let's call it base, codes, I'm not going to do, right? So this is now converting the decimal value that we were given in and getting the character codes back out and converting it into a string. And this is what is underlying happening in the platform. Whenever you put a decimal value in a string, it calls toString, which essentially does this and converts it to a decimal value. So I now restart this. What we should see is 6543210 printed off. So if I get rid of that, I know it sounds stupid, but this is some of the fundamentals, right? So here it is. This is that number printed off using this function. So now if you were to extend this, what you could do is say,
you did this one. Let me understand. You did this one, but not the one where you pick the next immediate date from a list of random unsorted dates.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a lot easier. So there's also, just to say that there's a pub package called, I think it's Charcode. That's the one. And if we bring this in, it's a really good package. Lovely package. And let's bring it in. Make sure it's compatible with all the other random packages I have in here. Right. And what Charcode allows you to do is now in here, instead of that, I can do $0. And what it does is he's defined every character from the ASCII character set with a $sign behind it. So all the different values with their like names. So you've got their like various different ways of accessing all the different various characters. But this is not just ASCII. this is the one I'm importing here, but char code itself will have the actual full package has a bunch of other things like HTML entities. So these are kind of the names that you use in HTML to do the similar things. So if you're coming from a different platform, you can get to those same values. And this includes certain Unicode characters as well. So like zero width joiner, EM space, EN space, bullet point. So whenever you need to use these special characters, you've got the code, and you can just do string dot from char code and put $ bull in there. Oh, I'll show you that. So if I in here, if I just say string dot from char code bull, and we'll put $2 decimal value. And we'll get rid of that. All right, so that's the full program. Let's run it. There you go, a lovely bullet point followed by the other characters. Anyway, let's go back to here. So yeah, so 2 decimal. So what do you think you need to do hexadecimal? Karen Randall. What would you do to do hexadecimal?
16 instead of 10.
That's one way of doing it.
And then you'd have to offset A through F, because
I'm going to copy something. I'm going to show you something here. Yeah.
Well, I see you're typing those all out. Yeah. You can just index based on mod 16 instead of mod 10. Ah, you're padding it to a link too. Yeah.
You got it. Now here's a little trick for you.
Oh God. All right.
Let's print it off. So so we'll do another thing here. We'll say print value to radix string 16, and we're going to do L1 to hex value. So a lot of the time you want a padded hex string anyway.
Yeah.
I can talk to you about more than that stuff. So there you go. So we could have, I'm doing uppercase here. We do lowercase. It doesn't make a difference. But as you can see here, 63D776A is the same value as whatever this 654,000, whatever it is, 64, whatever. This huge number. That's what it is in hexadecimal. And you can see here's the same hex number. It's in capitals and we prefix zeros. And this is because of the digits, right? So I'm saying that we always want to have 8 digits long in hex, and boom, there it is. So, okay. So, so if you, it's one of those things, right? So we need to essentially, okay. Do you want me to? People are kind of interested. Just what I was saying about like these shifts. Let me explain what's going on. We're going to do it with a smaller number. Okay, just to give you an example here from actually, let's do 123, 7B. Do 3 digits. Let's do 345. Yeah, whatever. And let's do 3. Just okay. So let's land on something else. Right. Yeah. 15B is the hex for 347. All right. So what's happening here in this array is that we're starting off with, we're going to do this in binary because that's what these shift operations are about. So we're going to take the original number, pop that in our calculator here in decimal, and as you can see here, it tells us this is the value in binary. So we put a 0B prefix. That's our starting measurement of what value contains, right? Now hex is represented by nibbles. Nibbles are every 4 bits. So if I break that up into 4 bits, we get this. Let's give it that prefix actually, right? So we were trying to get out what index this 16-bit 4-bit number is in these 16 characters. So what we need to do is, first of all, we want to get this one at the top. Remember, we're going left to right in this way round, not right to left and reversing it, which was the other way we did it in decimal, right? Now, the only reason we can't do this in decimal is because decimals don't line up with bit boundaries, right? You can't get like the number 10. What's the best way of putting this? You can't get half bits, right? So decimal doesn't really work very well with binary. It's a whole nuanced thing you go read up about. But hexadecimal is 16 is a power of 2, which is what binary is. So it's easier to work with. Anyway. Right, back to here. So the first time round, we need to shift this value down a certain number of bits. So that's what this does, shift right. That means move the bits to the right in the right direction, right? So many times, so many bits. So this number here, if I was to say value, so for example, if we were to say value left shift 1, that would take this number here and shift it down by 1. So if I put an extra 0 at the top and do this, that's what we end up with, right? That's the same number shifted down by one step, right? And what's happened is the bottom 1 bit that we originally had has dropped off. That's gone into the bin, right? So we've shifted down by 1, right? So we've lost the bottom bit. So if we were to do the same, if you do the same thing and we say shift by 4, let me go back to what we had. So this is our original number. Let's copy it. And we take this and we say, it's like this. The original value, we shift it down by 4. What we're doing is dropping these first 4 bits off the end, right? So these go into the bin, these go bye-bye, right? And what we're left with is some extra zeros coming at the top here to fill up the gap, as it were. So we're shifting it right by 4. Make sense? Okay. So in doing this, if you look at this original loop, we say digits left shift 2. So what you can do with operations, so in this case, 3 left shift, it's actually in here somewhere. If I go there, it's left shift 2 gets C in hex, but 3 left shift 2, 12, right, is our final value. So if you look at the number of bits here, 4, 8, 12. And this is the way of us, each time we take 1 off of the number of nibbles, the left shift multiplies it by the right amount to account for each nibble grouping. So we're basically, each iteration, we're shifting down to the bottom 4 bits, the character that we actually want. So the first time around, we say shift by 12. Was it 12? 8. Hang on a minute. No, because we minus 1 already. Sorry, that's what I was going to say. We minus 1 already. So at this point, digits has the value of 2. So 2 less shift 2 is 8. If we shift off the bottom 8 bits, we're left with 001. We then take that 001, we AND it. So that is with the value of f. So if we put in here 4 ones is the value of hex of f. I could also put in here 15. It'd be exactly the same thing, but just in decimal instead of hexadecimal, right? And basically, we said what that does is the AND, as you know, with AND is the logical AND operator. So 1 and 1, the result is 1. 0 and 1, the result is 0. And basically, we end up with the same number in this case. But what this means is if we were on, I say, the next character. So let me go back. Let me go and say, because that will give us the value of 1. We look that up. We get the value of 1, the character value of 1, and we put that in our list, right? Okay.
Let me interject here just for a second to make sure I'm on the same page. The left shift 2 could be replaced with multiply by 4 if we wanted to.
Yeah.
And the reason it's 4 is we're grabbing 4 bits at a time to make 1 hex character.
Yeah. A nibble. Yeah.
I get it. All right. I was trying to figure out why left
shift. Clear to anyone that so it's nice that you've cleared that up. Sorry, I forget this. If you want to multiply by any power of 2, it's more efficient on a computer to shift than it is to multiply. Okay? Hands down, always do that. So if it's a 2, 4, 8, something like that, shift it by the second power, the power of 2 that it would be, right? Yep. So in this case, the power of 2 is 4. That's why it's multiplied by 4, right? But anyway, so the next time around the loop, so remember the first time around the loop, we start off with this value, and the result, we shifted it down by 8 bits, masked off the bottom 8 bits, and we got that. The next time around the loop, we have the value of 1 for digits. 1 times 4 is 4. So we shift it down by 4. So that time around the loop, we would have we'd shift it down by 4. Remember, we're losing what was I going to say? Let me grab this number. It's basically taking this whole value, right, and shifting it down by 4. So let me show you what I'm talking about. That is, we drop the bottom 4 bits, and we end up with this, right? And then, by 4. Sorry, we drop the bottom 4. No, I'm right. Sorry, I'm 4 bits, and I'm moving things over. Yeah, and we're left with this, and then the mask just grabs the bottom 4 bits, so we're left with this at the end of it. And the next time around the loop, funny enough, we end up with 0. 0 multiplied by left shift by 2 is 0. So value is never shifted. So value and 4 is 4. So we now got these 3 nibbles by doing this loop out of the original. And each one of these ends up being the index into this hex string, basically. So this is a really efficient way of converting to hex. You can also, here's a good example, another way of doing this. Sorry, not another way of doing this, but another example of doing this. And I just want to show you this because this is funny. Let's say 2 binary. Right? How do you get the binary value of similar thing? So we could do the same thing. Let's grab this and drop this in here, and then we can say we'll say digits as well. Why not?
You should parameterize it so we can do octal with 1 change.
Yeah, you can do that. Let me just. I want to step through it bit by bit here just to show. So if I say int digits, and then we make this, I don't know, 16-bit. And then what we want to do is we actually want to add one value or another, which is the same as a Boolean. So the value of digits and 1. We only want 1 bit at a time. And if we get my brackets right, yep. We can then say if it's equal to 0.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Then we can do 0, or we can do $1, and this is
From
so these dollar signs are those ASCII values we spoke about earlier. So this case would be 30 hex or 48 decimal and 49. Yeah. So if I now say 2 binary and we go up to the top here, and we'll do the same thing. Let's do another 2 radix string, 2 binary. Let's do 16. And there you go. So there's the bottom binary bit. The same digits that we were talking about earlier, the 3 nibbles, not grouped into nibbles. And there's the same thing with prefixed zeros up to 16-bit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. Just done with that for loop. And all we're doing is we're shifting it down by how many digits we're looking at. So, and then adding it with 1. So this does work in reverse. So again, this is because I'm having digits, which is a prefixing value. I want it this bit width or this many characters wide. The loop can work the other way, but you have to do it in reverse because you want to count down until there's no value left. So you would keep grabbing a bit off until there's no bits left. And at that point, you've reached your zenith, as it were, right, your end. And then you have to reverse the characters and return them, which is what we're doing in decimal. So you can just like divide by 16. So I could do this here, this decimal, divide by 16. Doesn't work, but then it's less efficient, right? Because it's a power of 2, and we can computers work with power 2s way more efficiently than anything else. Modulus and divide. So for those that don't know, divide and multiply, we talk about these, but they are very expensive operations to perform for a computer to perform in comparison to add and subtract, right? The divide operator, I think I'm not sure which one's more expensive, multiply, divide. But yeah, we're talking about minute level here. But you know, when you're doing, this is the thing, when you're doing 2 decimal, imagine how many times a function like 2 decimal is called on your computer. That's a lot. It's a hell of a lot. So these are fundamental basics that need to be really finely optimized. Obviously, you're never going to need this like in any real application of just use the library, 2-string, you know, to int parse. Same goes for parsing an integer, by the way. Actually, I did a talk on this. Hang on. I'll tell you what I did. What was the what was it called? Is 64-bit enough? Is 60? I don't know if it was recorded or not.
64-bit. What? No.
I don't know if it was, but I can give people. Actually, let me see if I can find the slides.
Oh.
So I did a talk about. Actually, I'll give I think I've got a repo as well. I think people might find this interesting. So, for example, I calculate. Oh, look, George is here. Hey, George. I calculated. What was it? Fibonacci number to 20,000 decimal digits. How quickly could you do that with Dart? Was my talk? That's what it was about.
About an hour.
Oh no, a lot quicker than that. A lot quicker. Oh yeah.
Just guess.
It's about if you do it right, though. That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
So give me a second here. I'm gonna get the link, and you know, if people are interested, I could just bring this up.
People seem to be hungry for any kind of content, which is why they put up with us doing this.
Oh yeah. But here is the talk code, and it also has a link to the slides for anyone that's interested. And I'm gonna briefly, I might as well briefly bring up the slides. Let's see if I can do this. There we go. I won't do. I'm just gonna quickly go for it. So the 160th Fibonacci number is that long decimal number. which is the largest unsigned 64-bit value is that. Let's put it over side by side here, blocking it. So, what do you think the problem is here? So, how do we put that large number in a 64-bit integer in Dart? You can't.
Big int.
Exactly right. Well, getting there. So binary computation. So powers of 2. So I talk about how, what we just spoke about, how it all works. I won't go through it. You can read. You can go watch the talk about how you represent these numbers, how you carrying computational limits of 8, 16 bits, 32 bits, 64 bits. Which all is quite interesting, I guess. But then, what overflows? That's basically when we calculate, we carry over, and we get an overflow. We're going out of bounds on our number, right? When we do an addition. However, we can carry the bits over from one byte to another byte, right? Just like you carry in math, right? When you're doing your whatever, your mathematics, add, remove, so on. And we carry those bits over, and we can keep going up. And we get arbitrary precision. This is what is the nature of arbitrary precision, right? This is if you want to keep making numbers from pi to a million digits or whatever, right? This is how it works. So I'm gonna just skim through this because you can go look at yourself if you want to. So we work across fixed precision boundaries of less like bytes, and again the numbers are only limited to the amount of memory available that you can store it in. So what are the practical applications for this? Well, this is exactly how TLS and SSL encryption work when you're doing HTTPS, because they work with these huge prime numbers, and you can't do that stuff. Like cryptocurrencies and cryptography all use these. Science and mathematical fields all use these. So the challenge that we want to set ourselves is how do we calculate the largest Fibonacci number containing 10,000 decimal digits? So what is the Fibonacci sequence? I won't go into this. You can go read it, but it's like you add the two previous numbers to get to the next number, basically. So you get this like ever-growing number. It also represents the golden ratio, and that also relates to design as well, apparently, in certain ways. I won't go into that. So here is the code. So here you go, big num. So this is us doing it ourselves. So here's the class, big number. We have 0, 1, and is it 0? And passing a string, which is like a little bit dodgy, but passing we take an integer to create a big number and we convert it to a string beforehand because it's easier for the example. And there's the passing routine. So just what we did, well, literally what we just did a minute ago, we essentially go through, get each character, convert it into a digit, and then we can then add operators like here, like a plus operator. This is all in Dart, right? And this will literally add two numbers together using the digits of the number. And finally, you can do two string like we just did and convert it back out. So there's loops in reverse instead. So there's a slightly nicer way of doing what we're just doing, where we loop in reverse and add j incrementally. So we kind of go in both directions at the same time. And then finally, here's an example of using this big num class to generate 50,000 indexes of Fibonacci number. And that's it. We create a stopwatch and calculate it. And we display every 50th entry until we complete. And there you go. The 50,000th Fibonacci number is 10,450 digits long. I've cut it short in the middle, obviously. And it took 4.6 seconds to compute. I think that was in DWOM, I don't remember. However, there's already begin. Begin, funny enough, here is the same code that we just did with the inbuilt big integer value, which does exactly what we're just doing. Same thing, essentially, under the hood. A bit more efficient the way it calculates and stores things. And we do the same code, print it off every 50th character, and look how long that took. 0.1. So the point here is you can use big int to do these things. And the big num is just an example of how it works, but not one that you would use as less efficient. But yeah, nice and quick. You can do all these lovely calculations that you want to do. And there's a bunch of references. And that was my talk I gave. I think it was, I can't remember which one it was now. Somewhere. How much space did someone say? I can't remember what people say now. Sorry.
Well, we're coming up on the top of the hour, so we should probably decide do another one and do another long thing.
I will do another one, and we can do game dev if people are interested.
It's holidays too. We could just say this is
It's up to other people, really.
Yeah, it's up to the people. You're still here. Those of you that drag in.
Someone asked, how much space does those Unit 8s take in memory? Is it 8-bit? Yes. There you go. It's exactly 1 byte. Yes. So the reason why we actually have, we have a thing called type data, right? In Dart, type data is you explicitly saying, I want it to be this wide, each element. So a Unit 8 list is 8 bits for each entry, and you can do a clamp list, which basically limits the use. Game. People are saying. So we're not going to use any game engine. Just FYI, we're just doing this. We'll do this in. Like if we can do this in Flutter, or well, I think we should probably do this in Flutter. To be fair, it's probably be quicker right now on the stream. We had to decide what we actually want to do. So I tell you what I'm trying to do for Christmas, and it was for the community as well. So Randall already knows this because I was chatting to Randall about this the other day. So let me get this up on stream. So there's an old school game. If I can bring this up. Let's bring this up on stream. There we go. So I obviously don't want to play too much of this because I don't know, like, I'm going to get copyright because someone else's YouTube, right? So this is an old school game called Rainbow Islands. So as you can see, it's kind of like a platformer, and you would shoot out double rainbows and triple rainbows, as you do, and then you could walk on them to get up to high levels, and you would fall down slowly. And what would happen is you'd have to make your way up to the top of the screen, avoiding the enemies, which would come at you kind of slowly. So what I was thinking was, there we go. So this is complete. I was hoping for one that says hurry up. Hopefully, I wonder if I can see if I can always see one. Okay, so basically, anyway, if you're too slow, what will happen is it will say hurry up, and then water will start rising on the screen. And then what will happen is eventually it will drown you if you're not quick enough, basically. So isn't that a lovely kids game? You just get drowned. Anyway, so there's multiple levels to this thing. I won't go into it. But so what I was thinking was it might be cool to use there was actually a pixel dash. So Eric, let's see if I can bring this up. Eric made this pixel dash. Is it coming up on screen? So, and he's given it away for people to use. And there's a couple of different motions of dash, jumping and falling and running. So I was thinking, okay, can we do like a Rainbow Islands kind of thing where we have a dash moving around on platforms, snow coming down the screen, and then the snow builds up. So then what would happen is if you don't hurry up, again, you get covered by the snow, you get stuck in the snow, and that's the end of you. So the idea being that, like this notion of you're jumping between the levels, and eventually you get to the top, that's level complete. And then maybe the levels get more complicated, the speeds up, it gets more difficult as you progress through the levels. So I was looking for graphics on this, and what could be used. So on Itch.io, there's a lot of game artists and things that we could go get graphics from that offer some for free and some for paid. I don't mind either. There's a pixel sort of one that might go well with Dash, like this one here. And that could work. So we could build levels like that. $4 or more, not a bad one. There's also a winter tile set here. this one doesn't seem too bad. So if we go for like, yeah, so like this rock and grass texture, I kind of like. It's pretty cool. So we could reuse that for the ladders. So maybe we could reuse this sort of tile pack. So that works. I think that's probably green moss and tile walls, ice cave. There's ice caves. I don't know. So that's kind of where I'm going with this. To do this, we'll give this guy some money at some other point, but let's get what we're looking for. So let's save green moss and ice cave. So this is a tile set. So this should, it says, okay. Oh, there we go. There we go. So this is, each one of these is broken up into a small tile each, and we got some backgrounds down here, some other things. So this is the ice case one, and let's go for green moss rocks. Okay, so for those that don't know, tiles is quite an appropriate way to display graphics when building games. And this is even, I can tell you right now, this concept for using tiles is used on, even though it's complicated 3D first-person shooters. This is not just, I'm going to build a platformer 2D, okay? This is what I get people out of this mindset, right? The techniques in using tiles is fundamental to programming in terms of game programming, sorry. So I'll give an example. There might be a landscape where you have different terrains and different textures. They might be three-dimensional in nature, but the point here is you group them in like how you build a portion of that. It groups into a tile, and that can be reused in multiple places or turned and so on. And so we can sort of group these things together. All right, so what we need to do is we need to be able to take this image and use parts of this image to build our map, right? And we got some backgrounds, some clouds, and some other things that's supplied here. That's nice. For the moment, I mean, that could be quite good, actually. So I have to see how that could be used. So we need to build this. And the problem, here's the thing, right? We've got this sort of like, and this is always the way with game dev, you've got this chicken and the egg scenario, right? We need to be able to have what we want to build to then code it. I mean, you can't code it before we have what we, so there's kind of like, what I mean by that is we know what we want to build, but how do we get there, right? So, okay, so we've got this graphics. So this is where having a tool comes in. So what you might do is build your own little level editing tool, which could take the originating source of data, like this tiles, and let you put them all together to build up your map, to build up your level. That's perfectly fine. No reason why you can't do that. However, there are tools out there that have been made, and one of them is called Tiled. This is Tiled, which is a open source tile editing sort of system. So hopefully, if we take this texture and call this, let's call this grass texture and a grass tile set. Okay. And we'll create a new project. Bear with me. Stick it in. We'll create, I'm going to create a new Flutter project here. Bear with me. What should we call the game?
Tiles. Tiles.
How about Snow Dash?
Snow Dash. Sounds good.
You like the name? I'll go into Snow Dash. The most important thing of any project, choose a name.
Yes, naming is tough.
I probably have a project called Snow Dash already, and I know it wasn't this. So I'm gonna rename that one, and we'll continue with that name. I must have come up with that lovely name before, right?
That's interesting.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, exactly what I was going to show. Yeah.
Good timing. Yep. Oops. Sorry.
All right.
We both pissed off at the same time. Yes. We're done taking questions today. We're already in the 3rd hour, so come back in 165 hours with that question.
We're just doing some live coding here. We're going to make beginnings of the game. I mean, I think I would like to see us getting the character jump, move, like the screen being displayed and the character moving around the screen. At least do that.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Do we want to break? Do we want to break for 5 minutes?
Well, if you need it, apparently I'll just stand here and scramble a bit. I'll sing a karaoke song.
You do that. I'll be back in a second.
Get us a strike, a copyright strike for singing a karaoke song. Yeah, so I'm thinking I still want to do that that event set thing that I talked about earlier. I think that's worth doing, and I'll probably end up doing that for my Dart and Flutter channel. I did post my link to my channel a little earlier, but let me go ahead and emphasize it again. I produce occasional videos, not on any sort of regular schedule as much as I always intend to do that. Mostly short stuff, and it's mostly stuff that I see as questions that pop up in Stack Overflow and Reddit and on the Slacks and on the Discord. When I see a question I've answered more than once, I almost can always do up a video on it, or at least put a note to myself to do a video on it. Right now, I have about 200 in my backlog. So it's a matter of trying to get through all of them. I've got some new software now that I'm developing videos with called Descript, which really makes it easy for me to coordinate an audio track, subtitles track, video pieces, and even some stock footage and stuff I've been using for my last few videos on my channel. So check that out too. So I've been really enjoying doing that. So go check out my videos.
It's not a no question day though. It's just that we normally try and break up the Q&A bit to the coding bit and vice versa.
Yeah, 2 hours ago we were taking questions. That's 2 hours ago.
Right. Let's see. I have a project. Let me get the graphics in there. And then we can start from there.
Yes, Jessica, 200 in my backlog. That's the problem. I suffer when I go to my list of which one of these do I want to do. So I'm actually sometimes have writer's block just because there's too many choices. But I'll get this other one out later today. That should be fun. I got nothing else to do this afternoon. Most of my clients are on winter break, so kind of a bit idle. Not to mention, I told them all to go away until I was sure I could work again once I had my hip fixed. So now my hip's fixed, I'm doing just fine. So I'm looking back to being in the actual productive lanes again.
All right. So
what do we got, Simon? Is it working? Is it shippable yet?
Yes, it's done. It's finished. Yeah.
It's done. All right. Just you have to go away just for a second. Download it from somebody else.
Exactly.
Upload the Git repo so it points at yours.
That's disgraceful. Didn't do that. Honestly, I think that's like a really low point, especially when it's like given away for free. Like you just use it. Like I think the one thing that any programmer wants is credit for what the hard work that they put in.
Yeah.
So just to take something from someone else and say that you did it It's like, why? What are you getting? You didn't get anything from that. You didn't learn anything from that, right? I think getting get in touch with the original developer, ask for a conversation, do something productive.
Yep.
Right. Nearly there.
Well, luckily, most of us have ethics. I can't say everybody because I definitely know there are counter examples, but luckily, most of us that are civilized have ethics.
Okay, so where are we? Tiled. Let's Snow Dash, right? Snow Dash. I have no idea what it's going to do. We'll find out. All right, let's share my screen. Back to where we were. Okay, so what I've just created an empty project, counter project. I've chucked in the grass tile set. There it's there. I've chucked in the different dash graphics that we got, teeny tiny dash graphics.
Ooh, dash.
Standing, falling, jumping. There's a running as well, which got multiple frames. So that hopefully is enough to get us going. So I've got a pub spec that is the basics, and we've got the asset structure included. I'm going to run this on Windows, just make life easier, and that's it really. So let's do a new directory and call it app Dart assets Dart. I'm just going to sort of set up a little structure here. So we said that we got dash falling jumping, running, standing, okay, and then we've got the grass tile set. Let's grab that. Grass tile set. All right, so now we've got image assets defined. App. Right, let's do a stateless widget. Call that snow dash app. Run that, and we'll get rid of all of this. Don't need the counter. All right.
The counter app is the most deleted app ever.
All right, so
millions of deletes every year.
Let's game screen. Let's open up and launch straight to a game screen. Obviously, we can do like a top level menu and all that later.
Yeah, later, not today.
So there's also something that you want to do when building your games, and that is disentangle the display of the game. It's the same with apps. There's no difference between this and apps. Disentangle the display of your game and then the actual logic of your game. They're two separate things, right? Let's say, let's call this. Yeah, we'll come back to them. Yeah, we'll put it in the app folder here. We'll make a new one. Game screen Dart. And we'll make this stateful, and then we'll make a game Dart. Here's our actual game. We can actually call this Snow Dash, I think. Let's give it a proper name, Snow Dash Game. A lovely game. And when we create our game screen, we want an instance of that game. And I guess when we clean up, we want to probably dispose of that game in some fashion. And I think we'll have it, we'll also do initialization here actually, and then oops, we can do game start, and that's about that. All right. So we now need a start and dispose method on the game. Like start and stop, but you don't really stop. Maybe a knit. Maybe that's wrong. That should be a knit. Let's do a knit. Knit and dispose. That makes more sense, I think. That's what sense it does make. Right. So now we can initialize stuff to get our game going, and we can dispose of it in here. All right. So now we have our Simon Gemini. Yeah, sure. Okay, so come on down there. Right. So we have our game. We could cheat a little bit here, and just to make life a little bit easier for the boring bits. So what I mean by that is we need to load these assets and we need to use the assets in Flutter. We can have a loading screen and we can do all that stuff now, or we can just like load it before the app actually loads, because we're just doing this as a quick example. It's kind of a bit naff, but then again, it kind of makes life a lot easier right now. So actually, I'm going to do that. I'm going to convert my image assets into a class that we can construct. These become private like this, and then we can then just make an instance of this and tell it to load, for example. We say future void load assets or load, right? And then what we can do is have maybe UI.image dash falling, and then that yeah, we'll do something like this. I think this we'll do private members. Yeah. That's right. Import Dart UI. So what we want to do is load in all the graphics, load all these graphics in. I'm using it could be sound and other things, but we'll just use image assets right now. Not sure I even want to put these in here now, but we'll see where we get to. We'll tidy it up later. Right. So we want one for each one. So dash jumping, running. And we'll probably even get rid of all these different ones later and work something a little bit better out in terms of how we manage it. But this will do for now. All right. And the reason why I'm doing this is I want them to be read only, right? So I'm going to do some getters now. That is essentially going to return those private members, and these private members are going to be late final, so we can set them up properly, and then our load function can then load each one. So in this case, this will be dash falling equals load image.
This looks like so much duplicated code that it should be like on a map or something.
Exactly. Well, this is what I was trying to think. Like yeah. What I really want to do. All right, let's just do it. I was going to get there. I was going to get there progress, but you now made me go into it. So I blame you. Everyone blame
it. I'm just being your pair programmer, okay? I'm just
yeah, sure.
I'm getting you a pair.
So what we want to do is this, everyone. This is what
Better
we
than
want.
throwing the pear at you.
Yeah. I was going to get there, but Randall's. We're jumping ahead, which is fine.
It could be an enum with fields.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Ah, yes.
So we do this, which is what he was just talking about, an enum with fields. And when we construct it, we need to specify the path. So let's grab these paths, save ourselves a little trouble, do that.
Cool.
So basically what we've done is we've got these enums, we've associated them with a path. Now what we can do is in here, instead of having these, instead of having like these, we can just have like a map of enum to image. And this is our, I don't know, images.
And then you can loop over values and load up your values.
Yeah. And then you then have a getter where you could say UI.image get image for asset, right? And then we're simply saying images asset, something like that. And this is fine. It's fine. And then when we load, in fact, we'll make this nullable on purpose. Do that. And then if images is not equal null, it's already been loaded, so we can't load again. So we want to return early. Otherwise, images is a map of, in fact, we'll come back to set images. What we want to do is take one each of our image assets values, and we want to map that element to what should be loading that element. So in this case, this is the item. So el.path will be that particular asset we want to load. So we can call load image on that. This essentially maps the. We haven't got that load image function, so let's just add this in here just so you can see what I'm trying to achieve. So this is going to take an asset path, load the image, and return the image. And in this case, this takes a map of those things. We can now say images. We can do a couple of different ways of doing this, to be honest. We can actually do what's called a zip, which kind of like the idea of that, actually. Let's get rid of that. Right. So we want to take this. It's going to return a map. It's going to return a list of UI images in the same order of image asset values. So we can now say images equals map dot from iterables, and the values of which are going to be the result of our thing, and the keys are going to be image asset dot values. So it's already going to map the two things. Now we need to also now do in here future await future.all. Future.wait.
Could have also done this with a literal map constructor and a for in loop.
Yeah, it's not as nice. I know. I mean, this optimize a bit more. So what Randall's saying is we could do something like images equals, and then actually sort of like allocate our map, right? So image asset UI, just sort of declare a new one, which is going to be empty. Then we could then say, oh, I guess that's what I'm saying. No, I know what you're saying. Sorry. Hang on.
Uh-huh.
So we can do this for final.
P.
And then we need a key and a value. But the problem here is we could do this and put value in here, but then we would need to await and then key. So this might be final. Let's see. Let's call it.
Oh, you need my .kv extension.
Hang on. Even if you had that, hang on.
Yeah.
What was doing? What?
It's too bad you can't use .indexed there. It's just missing the .kv thing that I created over and over again.
Wait, image. Oh, no, I'm on image asset. Sorry. Don't. So, I mean, you can do this, and essentially it's the same. The problem here is that you're not doing with the wait, future.wait, it does them concurrently, all at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, sorry. Yes.
No, don't get me wrong. It looks a lot neater, but the end result is actually
it's sequential rather than parallel like the other one can be.
So anyway, so that's going to load them all, and it's going to wait for them all. And the end of this function is that we're going to have them loaded. Okay, so then how do we? This guarantees a lookup, so that's fine. We'll move this getter up just to make it a bit nicer.
Oh yeah, extended enum's been around for 2 years now. Go check it out. Extended enum.
Yeah.
2.14 wasn't it? 2.13.
A long time ago.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, loading an image. So we want to go root bundle load. And this will load the byte data for asset path. And then we need to
read the change logs. People need to read the change logs of Flutter and Dart. That's what it has to be. People read old tech information. They read old tutorials, and then they don't know Dart and Flutter have really cool new things all the time. Change logs are your friends.
Trying to remember which was the best way of actually instantiating the image codec. There's a couple of different ways here. We've got an immutable buffer, which actually might make more sense because I think load has load buffer. Yeah, which gives us an immutable buffer. All right, so let's bring this down. Oh, wait. This async. Okay, so what this is going to give us is the image codec at the end of this. And then codec has, I think it's next frame. Is it? I'm trying to remember now. Yeah, get next frame. So there's only one, so you can load graphics formats with like a GIF with multiple frames. We're not trying to do that. We're trying to load a singular image. So we're not going to look at frame count or anything like that. We just want the very first frame of graphics, which is always going to be next frame. And frame gives us duration image. I thought it gives us the size. Oh no, image actually has the size, doesn't it? UI, is that UI image? Yeah. So we should, I'll just do it like this because I'm being a bit lazy. All right, so that should be enough for us to load our game assets. So we need an image assets now. So we'll go back to our beginning where we start up, and we're just going to say, what was it? Widgets binding, no, widgets flutter binding dot and show initialized, and we say images equals image assets dot load, and we need to await that actually. So say final await images dot load, make this async. Oh goodness me, right. Right. So then we can pass those image assets over to Snowdash. Make that a const, obviously. And we'll add that in. Okay. And then no. So this is, remember, this is a frame of graphics from the graphics file format we're loading, nothing to do with animation. So if I go into running, these are multiple frames of animation, but this is one frame in terms of the graphics format PNG, right? If I was to make this an animated GIF, we would get each frame of the animated GIF graphics. Yeah. But as it sits right now, it's a flat image with four images inside it. Okay. So back to this point. So we want, we'll put in our image assets. All right. So we're getting there. We're getting there. So we have a way of loading. We have a way of getting our graphics into the game. We need to start getting those on the screen. As someone said earlier, the way we're actually going to do this is with what's called an image atlas. So that's essentially what this is. So let me explain a little bit more about this briefly. Can we turn on like show grid? Sure. But is that pixel grid? Oh wow. No. Okay. So briefly, so the graphics here is one big image, and we load that into the graphics card as one image, and then we tell the graphics card to go get a section of this image and put it on the screen in another place. That is the most efficient way to take this set of graphics and then reuse them over and over and over again. Otherwise, we would have to send a copy of each of the tiles worth of graphics at each tile where we want to use it. That's what makes tiles more optimal, by using them as an atlas. So what we're going to do is we're going to make our game a custom pane, and we're going to have our, I guess, game painter extends custom painter. I'm going to say return false. A minute here. There's no need for it to repaint right this second. We'll come back to that. Yeah. So George was just saying it's called blitting. The technique of doing that is not necessarily blitting in terms of having a tile set, but blitting is the term used from moving data, graphical data, from one place in memory to another. So it actually stands for block bitmap transfer.
Yeah, it came from Smalltalk. Smalltalk had their first implementation of the bit blitter.
So this was the term I was thinking of, bit blit.
And everybody copied it from there.
Bit blit. It's all done different ways. Bit block transfer, and basically copying bits from one portion from one thing to another, and then normally performing an operation, as it says here, like X or AND or any of these binary operations. And this allows you to do masking, which we don't really need. Oh, look, here's an example of masking. There you go. So this is a mask on the left. So if you take the original image, as you can see, the intended result, if you take the original image, put the black, use the black with a AND, with the 0, it never becomes more than 0. So it always basically gets rid of it to 0, it gets rid of it to black, and then you take the colors and OR it onto that, and then you get this. So this is how transparency works. So using AND and OR with bits. There you go. Oh, look, it even shows you here. Look, there's the blacks and then the final result. Put the colors on. It explains it in the article. Go read it. I'll pop this link in the chat if anyone's interested. But we all have this done for us, right? Like when we're doing Flutter, it's all done for us. We don't have to worry. If we were to do like our own in-memory game, like I would have to do for this, I will be doing that. That's how I would do it for the Spectrum. In fact, saying that, the new Spectrum, this one, the ZX, the next has hardware sprites, so you don't even need to do that because it does it in the GPU itself, in the graphics chip itself. Right. All right. Coming back to this. All right. So let's I don't know. Let's say draw. Was it draw atlas? Isn't it draw? We'll do it the dumb way, and then we can optimize it later. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to park this for a second. We'll come back to that. First of all, let's get our painter in and get something running. That's the main thing. Let's put this in there. Okay. There's a lot of back and forth here, but I think it kind of gets us to where we want to go. Let's display. Let's display a graphic of dash in the middle of our screen. That sounds like a good idea. So rect is offset 0 and size, and then we want to alignment, center, inscribe, the size of our dash, which is 16 by 16. It's only teeny tiny. Into rect. Now here's an interesting point. Let's force our game to be painted at a lower resolution. We'll come back to this. We'll come back to scaling in a minute. Right? There's a couple of different ways we can handle it, but we'll just describe this and say pos, and then canvas.draw image. Here's our image where our images come into images dot get image assets dot dash standing at pos dot top left. Right, so we need to get our images in here, and it was image asset. Okay, so let's pass those in. Here's our images. Do I care about that? Not particularly right now, but we'll probably need it. Okay, and if we're going to start passing things in, well, we need to handle this. Images like old delegate. Okay, and it was get image, I think. Yeah, I think we'll just change it to we can't use get as reserved. I'll just leave it as get image. Okay, so theory goes, if we run this, we should have a dash in the middle of our screen. I guess we're going to find out. Yeah, let's see. And then we're going to go back to our tiled editor and quickly rustle up a map, or a view as it were. And then we should be able to put that in our assets folder, load said map, display the tiles in Draw Atlas, and have our dash moving around the screen. And then we'll have our game class holding the state of where dash is and what the scroller is at the moment. And we'll be there. Just like that. Easy peasy, yeah? Okay, there he is. Teeny tiny dash in the middle of our screen.
All right.
Absolutely teeny tiny on my screen. So let's sort that out. So I think I want the game to be in the good old 320 by 250. Well, 320 by 200 or 3. Let's do it. If we do it 3 by 4, 320 by 256. So if we want to force a size and then scale it, there's a couple of ways we can approach that. I don't know if we can supply a filter to fitted box, but we're going to find out. Damn. Okay. I was hoping fitted box would magically do this for us, but it's not. I don't think fitted box. So we can do it without this. It was just really nice if I had a filter option. So let me explain what I'm talking about. I'll show you, in fact. So if I put a fitted box and we say box fit dot contain, and it's going to be alignment center, and then our custom paint will say size is 320 by 256. 256. Right, this is fine. And hit save. There's our dash, already bigger. And as you can see, it scales with the screen.
Yes.
It doesn't actually look that bad.
It's web scale. It's web scale.
So what we can do is fill our background in here with a different color just for a minute. So we'll do white. Okay. And then our play field canvas draw rect with should we go for we'll go for black right now. Okay, yeah. So there's our play area in our non-play area, as it were. So the scaling is working. I felt like he would be bigger, but actually I suppose that's about right. It's just because my screen, I guess, is taking up a lot less room on my screen. So, well, anyway, there's our dash, and I think it's a good beginning. So let's get rid of the debug banner. I feel like there's a checkerboard option somewhere. Why do I have a feeling there's a widget called like checkerboard or something? Or maybe there's something I made previously.
Maybe.
Right. Well, we've got our dash. That's great. And he's at the appropriate size. Brilliant. We draw our background and then we draw a dash. So let's say draw player. Draw background. And then we want to do draw level. Draw level layer 0. Do 2 layers and more in front of the player. We can do draw level layer 1. We could have some foreground and background things. That'd be kind of cool.
I'll be right back.
No worries. Okay. So what's next? Let's describe a level. So new tile set, name a tile set. Well, we already had it named, so it was grass tile set. Grass tile set. Based on an image, sure. And image assets, grass tile set. Transparent color, it's already transparent. Tile width, I don't know what he chose, so we'll say 32. And I guess we'll see what that looks like. All right, can I make this? Can we scale my view? Zoom in. Control plus. All right. Does 32 look right? Looks kind of right. Yeah, I guess it is right. I wish the grid was rendered differently. Full screen. Sorry, there it is. Preferences. Grid color. Right. That doesn't change anything. Grid divisions. Actually, it's easier to read, I think. Let's use that. All right. Well, you got it. So you can kind of see it in the middle of this one. I know it's really slim. I can't change the thickness of these lines for some reason. But looks about right. So we've got 32 by 32. Yeah, so we've got all the different corners. I think these are the same tile repeated. Trying to work out where the boundaries are. It's not easy to see. It kind of really annoys me, actually. I can't believe there's no way of changing the... I think it's a resolution thing. I think it's because this is the UI is not adjusting to being for 4K. I need to go in and tweak settings and stuff. I can't be bothered right now. All right. Well, we have a tile set. Lovely. So what's next? We're going to create a map, right? New map. How do we do that? Tile set. I don't know. New map. Okay. Orthogonal. Format. Wow, isn't that nice? So base 64 uncompress, zlib, z standard, CSV. Well, CSV works. Bring order. Left up, right down. Sounds about normal. Tile size, width. Aha. Okay, so how many 32 by 32 tiles can we fit across the screen without it scrolling? Well, with 32 by 32, that doesn't actually equal quite a lot. So maybe we should just double. Dash is pretty 16 by 16. Let's go back to our little... Anyway, let's just see what it looks like. We can always change it, right? And then height. Let's go nuts because I want this to go up and down the screen. So let's go for 48. Okay. Did I get those the wrong way around? Or why is it width 10 by 48 orthogonal? Yeah. Let's see if I can get this larger. Zoom in. Fit map and view. Now we'll just zoom in. Okay. So we probably wanted actually to do this the other way around. Now I say that. Was it bottom left? Can we actually change this origin? Stagger index. It asked me to choose. It asked me to choose the origin. Yeah. Let's new map. Left up. Left to right, I guess. Right down. Or is it right up? This is not helpful, this UI. Right down at the top. I'm assuming right down is it goes left to right, top to bottom, right?
I guess.
Right, bottom to top. So I don't know if this makes any difference. Probably not. In fact, I think that just confuses things. Do another one. Sorry. Let's start again. Write down. And let's just do enough to fill the screen. And then we can come back to 256, right? Oops. 10 by 8 tiles. There we go. Not a lot, but it will do us just fine. It goes red when it's outside of bounds. I can see that now. Oh man, those colors are really hard to see. Let me just change that color. Grid color, white. It's much. Wow, it's better.
I could see it a little.
Major grid.
Just the lightest whiff of a hint.
Maybe this is object line width. Isn't it? No, I have no idea. But anyway, we're going to place some tiles. So, how do we load a tile? How do we use a tile set? I have no idea. Oh, look, over here.
We're coming up on the top of the 4th hour now.
If people want to stay, we can continue. All right, here we are. There's our level.
I got nowhere else to go. I'm just trying to say at some point you're probably going to have to pull the plug on it at some point.
All right, tile layer. So, object layer, image layer. Okay. So, does that mean, how does that work? I'm learning. We are learning. Image layer, image. Okay, so I can pick an image. All right, so we don't want to do that. Although that would be pretty cool and this is actually pretty cool utility. I can see using this, and then so this is layer 1. Layer 1, and then we'll have another layer.
Ready, layer 1.
Object layer. Object layer, and then we'll do another layer and layer 2. All right, so layer 1, we're gonna fill. I kind of want to do another. Why not? It wouldn't take much to do another. We'll call it background. Let's call it background. Move it down. All right. So if I take this blue and we just do this. So this is a layer of tiles that is behind all the current tiles. And then if I wonder if I can kind of multi-select a bunch of tiles. I can. Hang on. Oh, that'd be really handy. Let's do that. Oh, look at that. I can place them in.
Oh.
So if I put them there. Oh. How do I stop? There we go, like a brush. Okay. So if I have a blue layer like this, I would lose. I mean, we can do this, right? But we're doing here background to. We'll sort this out in a minute. So let's take these clouds, for example, and stick them in the game. There you go. Take these clouds, stick them in the game. There we go. And on that same layer, we should be able to grab these tiles, stick them in somewhere. And then on our object layer 1, take these. Oh, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just saying that right now. I don't even know how I delete. How do I delete? Is that an eraser? Stamp brush, bucket fill, eraser. Like that. There you go. All right. So stamp. Let's get back to that. There you go. Okay. So what is that gray in the background?
Yeah. Well, the blue went away.
I put it on the wrong layer.
Oh.
Dolt. Let's just fix that briefly. So take this. Go to, in fact, go to background. Let's choose our full tile. I could probably do fill or something. But anyway, grab these. background 2. There we go. And I managed to get the top. Why the? Okay, these aren't aligned properly. Well, that's just annoying. They're not aligned. So I think at some point 32 is not aligned. All right, well, let's forget about that for now. Right. Let's just get back to a simple world here. Right. So layer 1 is our layer of our graphics, and we can do this and this and this. Oh, yeah, let's do that. Can I zoom in on this? That'd be really helpful right now. Oh yeah, zoom. Okay, does that change this? Let's go 150. Look, there you go. 200. Oh. Maybe not 300. There we go. That's a bit better. I can see what I'm doing now. All right, so what else do we want? No. Yeah, for some reason this just doesn't feel like 32 by 32 is correct, but because split onto 2. But then that's lined up. I don't know. Let's just do it. There we go. And what else do we want? Like a wall thing. I'm not sure. Let's have a wall. And I don't know. Do this. And join it up. Can we join it up somewhere? Yeah, like that. And what else do we have? Fires and rocks. Should we put one of those trees? Little baby tree. Yeah. Give it some. It's not a bad little demo thing, right? We can use that as our. I feel like I want another platform. No, let's do it.
And a giant trebuchet. Fling you across the board.
All right, that'll do. That'll do as a nice little level, right?
Are those sprites coded somehow so that you can detect that they're solid instead of air?
Which ones are you talking about? Sorry.
Are the sprites coded so that you can detect that you're on something solid instead of being in midair?
I mean, that's how we would have to do it, right? Like we would need to.
Yeah. So because you're painting with this paint, is there some attributes in the?
Oh yeah, well, yeah. I mean, we'll know which tile is which, and we can make that choice.
Okay. All right.
I did actually put an object down there, thinking we can put some objects down.
Yeah.
I don't know how to even use that. So maybe we won't do that right now. Maybe it's a more advanced thing. So let's get rid of that. We didn't use layer 2, but actually I do want to do layer 2. So I think what I'm going to do is go back to here, put this down, and get rid of. Okay, what layer did I put that on? Oh, layer, yeah, oops. All right, do that. That's what I want. And then layer 2, get rid of that. You see what I'm doing in a second. Layer 1, put it back in, and then layer 2. Grab that again. Drop that there. All right, that's enough playing around. Right. Save.
And your Windows machine crashes.
Don't say that. It's not because of Windows, because any machine can crash. But no, after all that, right? So let's call this level 1.
Yep.
Okay. So a level 1, the TMX file, I think, which is an XML based file, but right now I believe we can export that as like a CSV. Export as JSON. That sounds.
Oh, that's modern.
Let's do that. Maybe get some attributes and things. All right.
JSON's only been around for like what, 20 years now?
Right. Let's see. Let's go back to our game.
23. Wait, where did JSON start?
And levels, level 1.json. Oh, look, there you go. So what we're seeing here is each one of those layers we were just talking about, how we've got it, and how it's described as in the width and the height, and then what's on each layer and what tile set is being used. So we're going to assume that. Does it tell us what tile set is being used? It should do, right? I really hate this form. Is that formatted a bit better? Why is it? I'm sure I've got a way of formatting that's like nicer than that. But anyway, that really bugs me actually. Is it like a...
Your editor should know how to format JSON.
Yes, there's not. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, fun times, right? Anyway, data. Oh, ID. ID4. No, that's the ID of the layer. Name, opacity, type, visible. Am I missing something here? I feel like I must be missing something. Compression. Okay, what we're missing here. Sorry, what I'm trying to work out here is how it's identifying this particular source tile set as the one that's being used for these layers. But I'm guessing maybe it means it's always being used. No, because you can choose different tile sets. All right, well, look, it doesn't matter right now. We can make a proper nice decoder and whatever else we want to do. But for the moment, all we care about is that we want to be able to display these tiles from the graphics on the screen in these layers, right? Okay, so let's do that next. So here's our data, pretty easy. Let's go to pop that in assets. There's our level 1.json. We're going to load that up and decode it and apply it, right? So first of all, let's do models. Level data. Sounds fine. And level data is going to have what? It's going to have a series of level layer. And that's going to be a list of int tiles, width, height. What else do we care about? I'm just debating about if we want to like just make, instead of decoding this like this, we could make it really hacky and really quick right now.
You could just drill down into the maps and
yeah. Well, we can actually do this thing where if we do level layer like that. Well, let me show you people what I'm talking about. So this is, it's okay. This is not great. So we do something like this. So we can have like JSON-P. So what was it? Height, width, we don't really care about these for the minute. I guess we could do something like name or ID or something. Are they ordered in their rendering order? Background 2, layer 1, layer 2, yes. All right. It's weird that their ID. Okay. We'll just, yeah, we'll move on from that for a minute. I'll just say ID. All right, that'll do for the time being. And then level data is going to be a list of level layers. I mean, there's a similar thing right now. This is really dodgy, but you know, king of dodgy right today. So let's just deal with it.
Oh, one big hack. That's it. It's just one big hack.
Is it layers or something? I mean, we should be like referencing the real data and you know what? Whatever. Don't like it. No, I can't do that. I can't do that. I've got to do this one at least half of it properly. Take 2 seconds to do what I want to do with this now. Layers. Right, sorry, I'm squeezing that in. Let me stuff around so you can see what I'm doing. Right. All right. So, okay, so now we need to load level data. Let's go back to our main. And we'll say level data equals from JSON root bundle dot load string. I'm just hacking this in right now because we're getting a bit late on time, but we can continue this. I might continue this tomorrow if people are interested. I could do a stream, do a Twitch stream or something. Load string, yeah. So this is assets level. Right, what am I missing here? Oh yeah, JSON. Hacky hack. Right. So obviously at the top level we wouldn't really want level data, but as a first, test, it's all right. Let's see. Passing it down as well, not great, but we'll just do this again. Do as I say, not as I do, as they say. Right. Okay, so we've got our level data, and we're going to need to pass that into Snow Dash Game, so we can look at those different tiles to assess them. So we'll call this here level data. Okay, so we have level data. Wonderful. Then what else do we need? We need and level data is also going to be passed in. Probably level data is really probably the wrong name, but we'll pass it in as well to our painter. All right, so I think level data is good enough right now. Don't need that, don't need that. Put that side by side, like that. Gonna make that a little bit smaller, just so we can make a bit of room. Okay. All right, so now we have the level down. We want to go and loop over each of the layers. Layer is less than level data dot layers dot length. I'll keep the index of the layer. Let's say final. Well, maybe should rename that to layer index. Okay, so now we have the data. So what we need to do, so the tiles are in one long list, and each set of width would be each row. It's just the same way a bitmap is stored. So the way we access that, we can do 2 for loops. So we'll do y is less than layer dot height y plus plus. So let's be clear about this. Actually, let's call this row.
Yeah.
Column. And this is because
Plus plus. Call plus plus. Call plus plus.
Oh no, because I put.
Oh.
See, that's the type of problem you get when you have dynamic data. No errors,
Yep.
but you have errors at runtime from that. If I tried to, if it was dynamic, that's why we do the conversion into typed data, right? So you don't get that kind of problem. Anyway, right.
Call plus plus.
Yeah, I was getting there. I just wanted to fix the.
All right. All right.
Right. So hang on. Canvas, draw, image, rect. So the image that we want to get from is always going to be our images get image. We'll get this ahead of time, so we're not doing it each time, but it was it dash tile set. So tile set. I mean, obviously, if we were processing the data correctly, we could go look up all the tile sets, make sure they're loaded into memory. We wouldn't actually, that way we could just change the game data at any time and it would update our game, and we wouldn't even need any special
Right.
code for loading things. So there's a different way of approaching this that makes it more dynamic and more flexible. All right, so our tile set, the source of our tile set. So the question here is, how do we get these magical numbers like 3, 4, 7 into the tile set? And that's what I just said about the rows. So what we want to say is we'll get the tile index first of all, or tile value. Let's call it tile value. And this is going to be from layer data, and this is the tile index in the map. and the tile index is going to be the row times layer width plus the column, right? So this is how many tiles are in one row. So it'd be that many go into it plus the offsets. This is like X and Y. All right, so now we have tile value. We need to say convert that tile value into where it is on the original tile bitmap, and the destination is where it is on the screen that we're currently getting to. So first of all, let's do screen. And paint is if we want to do some special effects. We'll just do an empty paint. We can actually make a tile paint, and just reuse the same object. Just keep ourselves. Keep it a bit less allocation. Image we've got. Then we want the source. Sorry, was it source and destination? Yeah. So we want source, rectangle, and destination. So destination, that's going to be a certain place on the screen, and we know the size of the tile is 32 by 32, right? And we also know our source is 32 by 32. We're not scaling, so we'll have tile size up here. And again, we could get that from the tile set. I think that's all in the. I think that was in here somewhere, right? Somewhere it said tile size. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, tile height, tile width. So we can also load that from the file, but we'll just hard code that right now. So then the source. Well, the source is going to be the same. Another offset and tile size. So on the destination, this is going to be X, Y, so row, column. However, this is in multiples of 32, right, for our width. And then the same goes for our source. Now, how do we get our row and column from our tile value? So that is going to be tile, like we did earlier. I think we did this earlier on. We're doing the divisions. We also so the number of rows, so it'd be divided by 32. Sorry, hang on. Tile value multiply. Give me right. Hang on. Number of 32s in the width. So this is the stride. Sorry, let me just go back up here. Tile stride file. So this is the width of our tile set image divided by our tile size. So that's how many tiles are in the tile set. And then we want to divide it by that. And then the Y would be the modulus. And I have too many brackets, or not enough somewhere. Hang on. There we go. And it's probably complaining because they're not integers. Give me 1 second. It's a bit wide up. Sorry. Yeah. We can actually make this a double, which forces it both into a double, so that's fine. Those will be inch divisions anyway, so it's fine. So that should be enough for us to see something. So let's restart, and we see nothing. Dun, dun, dun. And do we get an error? Because we definitely have got an error, because we should be seeing something. So, okay, list of dynamic is not a list of int. Yes, this would be a data problem.
As list int.
You can't do. You have to do cast, because it'll be just Oh.
Whoa,
that's nice.
That-
it's better.
That was fast. Just all
So
over the place.
okay, so the first things first. Zeros. We have a lot of zeros here, but we treat 0 as not a valid index. So if the tile value is 0, we want to skip it. Okay, we're getting there. So our calculation of row and column for our tile must be off. So let's take a look at what that value is. Source offset. Maybe we have a +1, like because if 0 is transparent. I could go figure this out. We will do in a minute if we need to. I just wanted to see. Or is this the top down left right? All right, let's go look. Let's go look. So let's go to a certain layer, go to tiled, and work this one out. All right. Bring it side by side. So zoom out slightly. All right. So we need to, can we do like a select? Magic wand. Rectangle select. All right. So let's choose this top left one. I really wish I could select. Well, so I'm hoping it'll give me some properties on the actual tile, but maybe I'm wishfully thinking about something. Object lens mini map. You'd think it would give you something, right? Like when you hover over it or something. Select the same tile. Okay. I mean, I guess that's handy. Let's have a quick look. Open, save. Stamp, terrain brush, bucket, shape tool. Select objects. All right. Let's come off that. Back to here. All right, we can work this one out. I feel like I must be missing, not using this sort of correctly right now. But highlight current layer. Show grid. Show tile collision shapes. Collision shapes. That's cool. New world. I don't know enough about this tool to really work it properly. But let's continue what we're doing. So layer. Let's go to layer 2. Layer 1. So layer 1 should be our foreground layer. Sorry, our foreground 1 layer. Where's it gone? There it is. So that's this layer here with this unit on it. So this is saying that 46 is that tile. So if I pick this tile here and place it here and here, and we save it, and then we're going to export this. Oh, I don't know what to export as. Assets level. Yes. Okay, so that's 16. So what I've done here is I've gone to the very first I've come to the very first tile in the top left, pick this one at 16, and let's just see how we get at 16. So it should be a count across, but let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's make that work. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Did I count from 1? I did, right? So actually we are right. I think I was off by 1 on the other direction. So look. Let's do only let's do only the very first or the last two layers. Should we do that? Let's just if layer. Let's do this. Yeah, let's if layer dot id is equal to does not equal 4 and layer id does not equal. So that's 4, layer 2, layer 1. All right. Then continue. So we're just going to skip the other background layers for a second just to see what we get.
You want or rather than and there?
No. I want. So I can now do layer 1.
Oh,
Should
okay.
be that one, and then layer 2. Layer 4 would be that piece, which is the other side, the foreground layer. So layer 1. Sorry. So that's layer 1, which. Am I mixing up? I am. Oh, you. I guess it's that. Hang on.
Yeah. Multiply and divide mixed up. Or
No.
div and mod.
Because I'm not seeing. What's my tile stride? My tile stride should be 15. Maybe I've got that wrong. Was it 16? Okay, so that's showing me. Am I calculating my layer width? Oh, you. Hang a minute. Wait. Hang on. Row. Tile index. Oh, that's correct. No, that's definitely correct. Okay, let's carry on. X and Y. That's now correct. Tile stride. Let's see what we get if we put the calculation there. I'm just guessing him. Let's actually. I'm just going to do a print. Why not? Stride. And we'll clear the log and run it again. 15.93. Oh, you bastard. Are you kidding me? 15.9375. Where the hell did that come from? And is that gonna? And that's gonna run down, isn't it? Really? 2 doubles. 15. Did I miscount by 1? I don't think I did. Has anyone got any suggestions? Maybe just draw one line. Yeah, well, that's what we're doing. Come on, we're nearly there. Okay. Let's go look at, are we off by a certain number in a different position on this tile sheet? That would be a good idea. Oh, that's interesting. We're off by an entire row. Oh, of course, because... Hang on.
What? Really?
It's 0 indexed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hang on.
Math is hard.
Let's just print out the tile value here. That each one we're gonna, I don't know. Let's do tile index. Tile value. Because we're only doing one tile, one set. That should give us, okay, 16, 106. Wait, what? 0 to 10. Well, okay. I mean, that explains why it's wrong, but not sure I am seeing why that would be wrong. I guess I need to see what our layer width is. Oh, we're getting there. Let's do layer dot width x layer height. I mean, I can see them on the right. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I guess let's see what loads in. Maybe something's wrong with our dynamic values. I don't know. Let's hold up. Clear. How we start? 10 by 8. So we should be going across the screen, column by column, which would mean because they're zeros. No, this makes sense. I'm skipping zeros. I'm a twat. Right. Sorry. Okay. So 16, no more on that row. Yeah. Then 106, 107, 19, skip a bunch, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 46. Then the next value, 152. Yeah, no, this is perfect. All right. So everything's right there. Good. All right. So we know that we're getting the right tile index. Well, are we? That's a good question. 0, 10. Right. So that's going to give us back. We don't care about tile index after we look it up, right? Yeah. And then we look up tile value, 16. And then when we look at that source offset, is it we're looking at a different origin? We definitely load the right graphic. The destination of column and row would be right. We can see that it's being positioned directly on the output. Source is the one that's wrong. So it's definitely our issue here. So if we want, so we know that the tile value, let's go back to where were we? Tile value. Here. So there's 16 across, and we're getting, why are we getting 0 instead of 16 is the question. And I think that kind of then, once we fix this, everything will be fixed. It's like we're one row off. And I think it's, you know what it is? It's our row counting starts at 0, not 1, right? No, it can't be. 16. Our tile stride was what? 15. Well, we know that's wrong. But if we do round, I think our image width is also like a few pixels off, and I think that's half the problem here. Seal to double. Okay, let's do that. So we should get, let's clear this. We're not always drawing the same thing. It just looks like it. 16. So this is it. Right. Okay. So our stride is 16. So our source X position, it would be 16 modulus 16, which would be 0. That's correct. And then our Y minus 1. Am I off 1 here? No, we want pixel. We're talking about. Hang on a minute. Something. I'm an idiot. Hang on a minute. I think I know what's going wrong here, but just bear with me. I'm looking. I know exactly what's going wrong. Oh, come on. That was obvious. All right. You ready for this?
Yeah, what's up? Oh no. Oh god, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it's better.
Oh.
It's not right, but it's definitely better. Were these the right way around then before? No. Well, it's better. So tile strike. So tile value is our index.
You're probably off by 1 now somewhere.
Yeah, that's why I figured like we'd be off by 1 on the value. So let's just because of the 0 index. So let's do which one way around.
Automate it. Have it draw all of them until you hit stop.
Oh, wait a minute.
Just ask Copilot how to fix it. Copilot can wave its finger at you, going, "Yeah."
My brain is like running out now, Juice.
Yeah.
This should be simple, and that took way long to find the tile in there. So let me just go back here.
Simon GPT has had too many requests today. Please come back tomorrow.
Yeah, you've used your free. You've used your free.
Your free tier.
Oh, damn it! I want to get this. I want to get this a little bit further.
Oh, so close.
All right. So let's just have a quick look and see what we've got in terms of where we were and what we're displaying. So, interesting enough, the top left one is correct now,
Mm-hmm.
and then the next one, which is 106. Well, let's do this one here, which would be 19. Okay, so 19 looks correct. Let's go back to where am I? Yeah, 19 would be this one here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's correct. So at what point does it go wrong? 107. I can't imagine why things are too different. No, that's not the same. What am I saying? Is it? Oh, I don't know how I deselect. Go away. There we go. No, it is the same one. It is the same one. So that's 19. That makes sense. 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah. What am I saying? Yeah, so that's 16, 17, 18, 19. Right. So the one next to it, we've got down as like 100 and something, 107, 20, 20, 20. So are these even 20s correct? No, they're not, are they? I don't remember what I placed on the map now. Let's make this smaller. Oh, come on. Oh, they are. No, they're not. Wait, what? 19. How is that displayed like that? That is telling me somewhere we're multiplying like our offset incorrectly.
Yep.
It can't be display, right?
You're off by many ones, not just one.
Yeah. Tile value. We're converting our tile value back into X and Y. Is this because these are not integers? It is exactly that fucking thing. I know it's that. It's got to be that. Yeah. Well, they're displaying correctly now, but the rest aren't still.
You're going to realize this.
I'm going to realize this, and it's going to be obvious. I think I just need to have some dinner. I've not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, let's try something else here. Let's go to 4.
You're low on food. That's what it is. You're low on
I
mental.
feel like we're close. I feel like we're close.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
What happens if I put all the layers on here? Let's have a look. Three, but I think we're close. It's really bugging me.
Just pass everything through mod 13 just because.
Right. I don't honestly. I feel like the original tileset image. What? 510 pixels,
What?
not 512,
Okay.
and 1669 by. Oh, God. Come on, people. So this is why, if we do, just for people to be aware, reason why I had to do that seal operation, 510 divided by 32, 16.25.
Okay.
I think this might be where the problem's coming from.
Okay.
I think we're rounding, we're either rounding up or rounding down the index to get to the index.
Right.
And the original tool is not. So if I say 2 in here, I wonder if that's making it 15 in a row, and it's going, oh, still not right, but it could alter so much. I think tomorrow, if people are interested, we'll pause it here, and I'll do another stream tomorrow where we could. I feel like I'm going to probably carry on with this evening, to be fair.
Yep.
All right. Well, let's go take a. Let's call it here. And if are people interested, like I'm going to get some feedback. People interested in this?
There's still some people watching if they aren't just leaving it on for their pets while they go off to work or something.
Well, what I might do is follow me on Twitter, and then
we got interested. Okay.
And then I'll tweet out a link probably in a minute. I need to go.
Yep.
Right, have a break.
Yep. Anyway,
I'll be happy once I get this our little dash running around the screen. Cool. All right. Well, have a good one, and we'll end the stream here, and we'll carry on more. I'm going to carry on with this over the next few days, and I'll put streams out. So keep following me on Twitter at DevAngelsLondon, and I'll put out notifications. All right.
Happy New Year.
For joining us.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, we'll speak soon. Bye, everyone.
Bye.